Okay, we are here in Salem, Oregon for the January 29th Oregon State Marine Board quarterly meeting. Before we start the agenda, have a couple of announcements and things. I'd like to thank Larry Warren, Alan Hansen, and Janine for putting it together, the tour that some of us took yesterday down on the sleds. I know I found it eye-opening and just sort of reinforcing and helping me understand a little bit better what was going on down there. I also want to congratulate Andrew Pop for completing the Leadership Oregon program. It's a great honor to do that program, and we're really happy to have yet another manager having completed it. So the next item on our agenda is to approve our minutes from our October 30th meeting. Do we have any questions or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve them?
Make a motion to approve minutes. The October 30th, 2025 meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the October 30th meeting minutes. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Our next item is public comment. We have an online person, Francis Oyoung. Francis, are you there?
*6 to unmute yourself.
Francis?
There's someone on, but they're not unmuting. Go to the next.
Okay, is Cam Ellis available? *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good morning.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, first, how long is the public comment time period?
Let's do 3 minutes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, first, my name is Cam Ellison. I want to thank you for the opportunity for public comment. I wanted to talk about the Select motor ban. In looking at the petition that was supplied earlier in 2025, it stated 6 items as the basis of the claim. The first 3 were related to bank erosion due to heavy wave action, sedimentation, and impact to the salmonoid spawning habitat. And on that, the reference that was provided in the petition was from a study. One of them was from the Horton study, which was based on jet boats with much larger motors on it than what we're talking about in the Selects with small motors. And in conclusion, in that on pages 71 and 72 of that citation from Horton, it specifically said that the jet boat, and again, jet boats with big motors, induced embryo mortality would generally be expected to minimally impact recruitment for healthy stocks at spawn. And then, quote, jet boat induced embryo mortality should be expected to be considerably lower than caused by natural density independent factors such as freezing, dewatering, flooding, and channel scouring. So based on that, those first 3 points for the petition really should be discarded and not relevant in the discussion. There's no scientific evidence relating to drift boats with small motors, and they don't create a heavy wake action and obviously don't impact those first 3 points in the petition. I know that in the September 16th RAC meeting, there was a discussion or presentation relating to drift boat with a 9.9 horsepower motor on it. That was a study that was done with at 2.96 feet in the river. That's a very low level in the river, and basically, no matter what method you go down the river at that level, there would be disturbance in the bottom, whether it be from oaring, from just drifting with the boat hitting the bottom, or a motor, or having to walk the boat through. So that's not a condition when motors would be used to begin with anyway. The 4th point in the petition said it will increase safety for non-motorized watercraft. There's really no evidence that there's a safety problem or congestion on the river, and that shouldn't be considered as a valid justification either. It could potentially create unintended consequences. There could be more congestion or conflict if the ban was put in place. And then the 5th point in the petition, it says it will alleviate an unfair advantage to motorboat users, primarily commercial guides. This is clearly targeting the guide community, and you should not be able to target or restrict certain groups from the river. There will always be varying advantages and outcomes in fishing, whether it be equipment, technology, and techniques, and you can't create bans to prevent success. And then the sixth point in the petition was it will ease heavy boat traffic that's causing increased fishing pressure and harming fish populations. Again, there's no evidence that boat traffic is excessive. Motor drift boats are not harming this very productive fishery, as I referenced earlier. And then in closing, it's really not the small power drift boats that are impacting the river. And if we want to have a healthy, productive fishery for everyone to fish and enjoy, we should spend our time, efforts, and money on things to improve the fishery, such as increasing smolts into the river and continuing to utilize the broodstock program. That's another unintended consequence of a motor ban. It could impact the broodstock program that is successful today. So with that, I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for participating today. Is Francis O. Young available?
Yes,
Francis?
hi, this is Francis O. Young.
Great, we can hear you. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Jackson and Marine Board members. I want to thank you for your service to Oregon and its boaters and waterways and giving me an opportunity to comment. I know that serving to work and volunteer for the Marine Board is a valuable contribution to our state. My name is Francis O. Young. I am the Rogue Riverkeeper Program Manager at the Klamath-Siskiyou Wildland Center, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Riverkeepers 5,000 supporters, hundreds of which I think you know made comments at various times on the issue of jet boats on the Upper Rogue. We wanted to state our appreciation and support for the new rules in the Upper Rogue, and we appreciate that the Marine Board has navigated this issue and engaged with the process in a process with the public and your consideration of our concerns. Myself and others have recreated on this section of the river after the implementation of the rules. We have used non-motorized boats, floating, swimming, fishing, bird watching from the shore, nature watching also as well as on the water, and we've benefited from the new rule restricting power boats on the Upper Rogue. And I want to confirm that myself and others have enjoyed these benefits of these new rules, and they appear to be having some great, they have their intended use and purpose seems to be met. The river feels safer, and it's certainly more peaceful and offers the experience that we're looking for on this section of the Rogue, as well as protecting water quality and aquatic habitat. And we appreciate that this new rule is serving a great purpose for the waterway and a diversity of river users, both on water and on shore. And I just want to say there are a lot of people who contact me who have a lot of comments about their displeasure at jet boats on other sections of the Rogue, and especially even in this Upper Rogue section down to the Gold Ray site. And there's still plenty of people with concerns over safety and a healthy environment. I do convey to people that, you know, where we are now with this new rule that you implemented last year is a great benefit, but some people still consider it a poor compromise. But I'm sure you might hear from people like that from time to time. But for myself, I especially want to thank you for maintaining this rule and your work to create it and your work to enforce it and keep it in place. So thank you so much.
Thank you for participating today. Jennifer, is the governor's back here?
Let me check.
I'm assuming that Larry's out with us, so. We'll do one more right now, and we may be ready to have some people that have a really tight time frame to do their presentations. So I'm just going to randomly pick a name here. How about Tim Luke? All right.
You
can stand up where you're standing, it's fine.
My name is Tim Luke. I own a little company called Recutech. We're the oldest whitewater raft equipment manufacturer in the world, 56 years old. I'm an avid steelhead and salmon fisherman. I fish the Silet's considerable amount. The gentleman that was on the television to start with quoted the studies that were done on jet boats, I don't know how much, I'm just assuming that nobody knows anything, right? So if you don't experience what we experience on the river and how we experience it and how we use these boats, you don't have a comprehension of just how minimal the motors that are used cause any type of impact or none. These, first off, jet boats are not allowed above Jack Morgan Park to begin with. That was for that reason, for not tearing it up. And the gentleman that just spoke on my end up a road and so forth. We don't have that problem, any of it. No, we need jets, no, none of that. We're in rafts and drift boats. The only time the motors are used is when the levels are at 5 feet or above. And that is to minimize the use of anchors at a time of spawning grounds and so forth. 2 days ago, we drifted the river at 3.6, I think it was. There's no way you're going to use a motor up there, period. You just don't. And when we use anchors, we're using anchors to pull off to the side and just hold. We're not putting them in swift rifts and spawning beds and dragging them through and things like that. And if you can see, I think you will, the video of what an oar does at even a foot above the bottom in these low flows, and the turbidity that's created on these things. One day on the oars is probably 100 days of running the motor in the areas that we run the motors in. We only run the motors in the deep slots to come back up to fish those slots, and nobody wants to get it close enough that it's going to cause turbidity and churn up the bottom and so forth. So I want to make people aware of that. The other thing I want to point out is I have been involved with the STEP program since I born and raised in Reedsford, Oregon. The first STEP run, I hand-packed buckets for miles up the Smith River to plant eggs. I sucked dead eggs out of a hose in the first primitive hatchery we had down there and so forth. Most of us that are using this river consistently are all about conservation and so forth. But why is it, just leave you with this, why is it it's more important for somebody to watch birds and not hear a motor once in a while than it is for us to fish in the areas that we fish and have been for centuries? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out today. We're going to pause the public comment for a little bit, and we have a presentation from the Governor's Natural Resources Team, Jeff Bennington, and I guess several other folks.
Good to see you, Chair. Thanks for having us today, and I apologize that we're a little late, and I'm glad you went ahead with public comment. I'm sorry that we're stepping in there. Apologies, folks, but I think you might actually find some interest in some of the things we're going to talk about. My name is Jeff Huntington. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Kotek on natural resources and climate and energy. And Chandra Ferrari is here with me. Chandra really focuses in on the natural resource component. We have, and Chair, you know this, we've talked, we have 14 agencies and boards and commissions that cover the suite of natural resource and energy issues in the state. I think I was with you about a year ago or so. And we have a team of 3 that kind of ride herd on the issues that come up. One of the things we're spending a lot of time on right now is trying to knit together a more cohesive focus for natural resource agencies and their boards. Really, resiliency is like the cornerstone of the way we're beginning to knit together a more focused approach to integrating the different missions and statutory responsibilities of boards, commissions, and our agencies. It's how do we create more resilient natural resource base moving forward in the face of the pace and scale of the changes that we're experiencing from changing climate, whether it's reduced flows, reduced snowpack, heat domes, catastrophic wildfire, fractured habitat corridors, keeping fishing industry going, both sport and commercial fisheries. How do we do that with the changing in ocean conditions in our rivers or streams, our uplands, our forest lands? And really we're talking about how we prepare ourselves for what is coming at Oregon's natural resource base, the thing that makes Oregon, Oregon, as you just said. and how do we better prepare the way we're focusing our resources and our policies and our attention across the natural resource agencies to really make sure that we're doing the best job we can looking at where things are headed instead of where they've been. And, frequently all of our statutes and our rules kind of are addressing things that we've experienced. And one of the things we're trying to do is stop and think more about what are we about to experience and how do we transition to that. So that's what we want to talk to you about today. On the natural resource side, it really is resiliency and how to build more resiliency in working lands and waters and in naturally functioning ecosystems. On the energy side, it's really about affordable, reliable, and clean energy and transitioning toward that. Amy Schlusser is our third person. She can't be here today, so I'm going to kind of fill in, but we won't spend as much time on that as we will on the natural resources side. One way to do that for a governor is to issue an executive order that really is a direction to the agencies that are part of the executive branch to say, hey, here's my North Star for you. Here's where I want you to really begin to focus in. Here's some accountability measures of what I want to hear from you about how you're doing your work and how you're leading toward a vision that I'm articulating for this administration. So the governor issued 2 executive orders this fall, and she actually issued 3, but 2 are really what we're here to talk about. One was really just to help solar and wind development access federal tax credits that are going to expire next July. And so that was one executive order just to accelerate our permitting process. But we're going to talk about these 2 executive orders. I think you've all been provided those copies of those executive orders. And Chandra's going to talk to you about the natural resource one. We are, now that these are in place, pivoting towards implementation. And the message I wanted to deliver to you today, and I think it's similar to what I said about a year ago, is one of the things this governor is really conscious of is needing to work more with boards, not just our directors, but with boards, and particularly the chairs of our boards. And Laura, I think you participated in a couple of retreats where we brought all of the chairs of all of the natural resource boards and all of the directors to sit in a room for a half a day and talk about some things. And these executive orders were in a formulaic stage at the time we last met. We'll be doing another one sometime in the spring or summer of this year, I suspect. So with that, the goal is really for today just to have Chandra take the opportunity to bring some clarity of the purpose and some of the pathways for implementing the natural resource EO. So we'll start there.
Good, thanks. Chair Jackson and members of the board, again, for the record, my name is Chandra Ferrari. I'm with the Natural Resources Policy Team at the Governor's Office. I advise the governor mostly on water, fish and wildlife, forestry, parks style issues, and sometimes stuff like
Just
that.
a few things.
Just some fun stuff. But Director Warren lets me help out on some issues in front of his agency as well on occasion, which I always really appreciate. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about, let me see if I can, am I just clicking? Or am I?
Rolling. We can barely hear you back here.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, I will talk. I opened up an Outlook, I think. That's not what I wanted to do. But maybe someone has some emails we need to double check. Okay, I'll get going anyway. I apologize. I'll talk to them.
Thank you.
So I'm going to walk through Executive Order 2526, and we've been told by a few folks that it's a little lengthier than you might typically see for an executive order, and I kind of think it speaks to the import of the topic, but also there, admittedly is quite a bit in there, and so I'm just going to kind of talk through the broad confines, and yeah.
She only has one slide.
I just have one slide.
There you go.
I like to keep it concise. I talk a lot and then put nothing on the slide. No. So So you'll see in the executive order that the whereas clauses is really the case building for why we think this is or why the governor thinks this is such a primary focal area. And number one, you'll see a recognition, of course, that I think you all will share, that our natural and working lands and waters are immensely valuable to Oregonians, and they provide a range of benefits: economic, environmental, cultural, social, recreation. And they also present opportunities for us to meet our carbon goals by increasing carbon sequestration. We also know that Oregon is experiencing change, changes to our natural environment, and changes that aren't climate related as well, but changes to the severity of our wildfire. We're seeing more wildfire. We're seeing changes to precipitation and snowpack. You can see that this year. And that means changes to our water availability, what we're going to see in our rivers and streams, whether those rivers and streams are cold, our air temperature. And we know that given the immense importance of our national working lands and waters, that when we see these changes, we need our areas to be as resilient to the changes as possible, so that they continue to provide the multiple benefits to our future generations. We also recognize that we have limited resources, unfortunately, and we cannot tackle everything that we want to, or certainly not everything all at once. And so when we're taking actions to build resiliency, we want to make sure those are the most effective. And we also want to make sure that we're not misaligned in our work. So as Jeff talked about, a big piece of this EO is making sure that our vast natural resource agency, 14 natural agencies and 30 plus boards and commissions are as aligned as can be in the work that we're moving forward, and that we're also moving forward in a coordinated strategic fashion with our partners. So those are the themes that you'll see in the whereas clauses, kind of building to what we'd like to advance. So the main buckets of work, the key components of work, you'll see in these bullets right here. Number one, we start with what are we trying to achieve? What's the common things that we can all ground our work around? What does it mean to have resilient lands and waters? And so we are pulling our agencies together around a process. Actually, two of our agencies, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, are co-leading an interagency team that's going to be interfacing with partners to think about what are the characteristics of resilient lands and waters? What are the attributes that we look for to know that we're getting there? And so once we have these and kind of get on the same page about what we're trying to achieve, those attributes will be a lens to the rest of the work that we do under this executive order. So that's bucket number one. Number two, we are looking to identify and advance actions that will promote high resiliency of our natural and working areas. And so we have two categories kind of under that larger bucket. One is our working lands and waters. We want to keep those working, ideally going forward. We want to incentivize stewardship practices that also can maximize benefits. And so in this category, we're really taking a hard look at where the agencies have tools, incentives, funding that our industry folks and our partners use to keep their lands and waters working, and ideally in a way that, again, maximizes benefit and trying to improve upon those. So that's a big piece of that bucket. As it relates to our natural lands and waters, we have a goal to protect, conserve, restore, or connect 10% of our lands and waters within 10 years. And really what this is trying to do is prioritize the areas that are the most likely to withstand the impacts of climate change, or could if we invested a little in them now, and really prioritize our work to taking some sort of action to make sure that they remain resilient into the future. Basically, where are they going to be most meaningful, and also where do we have the potential to maximize the most benefit? So our agencies will be engaging in that exercise as well. Another side bucket that's kind of here, or a topic, is around mitigation and thinking really hard about innovative mitigation solutions. Almost in all of our natural resource spaces, we have mitigation questions coming up. Like, we recognize that we have to undertake actions that will impact our natural resources at times. A lot of our programs are geared around trying to mitigate those impacts to the extent possible. And we're finding in a lot of those areas, it's just not working very well. either mitigation opportunities aren't available, maybe they're not as effective as they could be, or maybe they're too siloed and there's an opportunity to do shared partnership from our agencies. So we're trying to take a really close look at our mitigation programs to make sure they're as effective as they can be going forward and as responsive as they need to be also. And then the next category, the lead by example, this is asking our state agencies that manage or own lands or waters to identify and implement climate resiliency strategies in addition to whatever other management objectives they have for their lands and waters. So it may be right that we're managing some property for wildlife habitat, or managing property for recreation opportunity. We're going to look for how we can do that in a way that also builds climate resiliency, so that we can model what might be possible and hopefully help scale those sorts of activities across the state. And then finally, there's our last bucket of work is community and wildfire resilience. This is a very large category of work, but it encompasses a couple different things. One of them is a partnership with our resilience officer in the governor's office, and she's leading an effort to develop a plan for resilient Oregon. And this is really Oregon working with community partners around the state to identify strategies that will help communities adapt to and thrive in the face of climate change. So this is a much broader category of work than just natural and working lands and waters. But of course, natural and working lands and waters, having those be resilient is a piece of a resilient community too. But we expect those conversations to encompass a lot of other things. And that work is being led by our resilience officer because of that. So our natural resource agencies will be connecting in where it makes sense to that effort, but we are not leading that work. And then we also have some actions around protecting Oregon from catastrophic wildfire through implementation of the landscape resiliency strategy, as well as creating defensible space and fire adapted communities. So really this is an effort to think about the change that's coming, to recognize and capture the value of our natural and working lands and waters in a way that can drive coordinated policy, where we can collectively prioritize where actions are expected to be the most meaningful and can maximize benefit, and thinking about expanding and I'd say making sure our toolbox is effective, right, to handle change. And also creating space for innovation, partnership, and community solutions. And part of how we're doing that is in the way that we're intending to undertake this work. So we do have an interagency leadership team that's comprised as a representative from all of our natural resource agencies that's going to be thinking about the implementation and making sure that we're coordinated on that work. All of our agencies will be developing work plans for how they tie into this work and what they're planning to advance moving forward. And those work plans will be shared with boards and commissions as well for dialogue and understanding. And so we are expecting to hear also the feedback back from what they're hearing at their board and commission meetings back to our team. We're also planning to convene a board and commission advisory group that would meet a couple times a year to also advise on implementation. And then we are also taking a hard look at our agency's KPMs. So how they're measuring progress to make sure that they really do meet the moment and they are the sorts of items that we really should be tracking to make sure we're not only meeting our mission, but doing it in a way that we can continue to provide value and benefit over time, consistent with the executive order. I think that wraps it up for me.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of key things that I would just emphasize. The attributes development really is not agency by agency, but an effort to identify things that are going to be most meaningful. And like when I was running OWEB a long time ago, if there was a fish passage barrier, we removed it. Now we need to take a look at whether there's cold water refugia above that fish passage barrier to validate the judgment to spend the money in order to benefit the fish. Hatchery investments. Those are the kind of things that that we have to begin to think about in the context of cold water refugia. The attributes are meant to give an agency director like Larry a set of science-based indicators that over time if there are a couple of those that match the mission of the Marine Board, then integrate that into the decision-making process to think about. It's not a mandate on what the outcome is. It's a tool to help focus. And that work plan that Chandra mentioned is something that I would, Chair, expect that Larry's going to bring to you, and you're going to have an agenda item that's going to talk about that before it comes to the governor's office. The board commission advisory group is going to be comprised of the chairs or appointments from some of the different boards and commissions based on their interests. When we talk about 10 by 10, that's not agency by agency. That's over the next 10 years as a state. Are we increasing the land waters that we're protecting and enhancing by 10% as a state? So if we enter into a habitat conservation plan, then the protected areas would count toward that. If there's an acquisition by OWEP that's meant to protect particular habitat, that's gonna count. And then the leading by example really is for those agencies that are managing lands and waters with some ownership capacity to integrate things into their management paradigm. You know, the Department of Forestry has to think about how carbon sequestration should fit into their harvest planning on the age of trees that are part of their harvest plans. That's an example. The Parks Department, same thing. ODFW really is thinking about, again, where should they be investing heavily in their hatchery infrastructure based on the likelihood of it being successful in 10 years. And on the wildfire resilience, that really is already in statute as a directive from the legislature to the Department of Forestry to be working on a resiliency plan. So this is all not meant to put additional regulation in place. That's not the driver. It is the governor saying North Star agency. So let's see if we can have a little more focus and come to me and show me how you fit into this architecture in the administration of your responsibilities. So those are the key things we wanted to leave you with on the resiliency piece. And I want to leave time for us to talk to you about that. And then I'll just be in the last 3 or 4 minutes to touch on the energy piece.
I just wanted to note as well that this is an acknowledgement too, that a lot of our agencies are doing
Yes.
this work, right? And some like doing it very well. So part of it is elevating that and being able to take in lessons learned and coordinate with other agencies so that these best practices or examples of success can be shared and maybe implemented elsewhere. So we're hoping to just, again, have a much more coordinated infrastructure to be able to move this work forward and learn from it.
We don't want Larry to be out there on an island. So
Nobody will.
Don't give me a microphone or an item to be bad.
Sometimes you might be on an island.
You might like to be on an island some days, right?
Maybe as they formulate some of the things they might want to ask you, I would just share for, our new members, you just don't know how unprecedented it is for the governor's team to be here doing this. So it doesn't surprise me because it's the way Jeff and Chandra support us as an agency and really trying to make us think, even though we're a state without a Department of Natural Resource all under one umbrella, they really try to make us think that way. So if I'm sitting in your seat and I can read Fiona's notes, I can't read mine, so I'll cheat off her paper later. But you're probably thinking something like, how do we do this and what do we do with this? And so don't let that worry you. As Jeff mentioned, this information is going to come back. We're going to be talking about it more as staff will be looking for these opportunities to integrate it in your decision making. So just as you're thinking about what you're hearing today and you're like, what do I do with this information? Don't sweat it. That's our job to help integrate that and talk about it and bring it back to you and do that work. So just share that, and then I'm sure I'll open it up to questions for you, Chad.
Anybody have questions?
I have a question. I always have a question. You count. I'm just curious how in this network of attributes, kind of priorities, is just outdoor recreation, both at the personal, community level, family level, and at the outdoor recreation economy level, state of Oregon, being taken into consideration. I've worked in outdoor recreation for 30 plus years, and it seems like, and I'm not saying that this is the case here, but it seems like when I see large planning efforts like this, or initiatives started, recreation kind of always falls to the bottom. But recreation is so important to our communities, and I see community resilience up there. I don't know if it applies in this regard, that it builds that community resiliency, right? And it's the fabric that brings us all together. It has families out in a park, connecting in really, really tough times, social gatherings, et cetera. So it's really important to me, I'm just sharing my values and opinions, that as these are formulated across agencies, recreation at the personal level, community level, and business level, higher level. Hopefully.
Remember Lambert, I appreciate that comment. So I think it comes in a couple of different ways. Number one, through the attribute process, what we're trying to do is establish characteristics of lands and waters that will support the multiple uses they do now. And that includes recreation, and providing that opportunity. And so, I think we can all recognize that if we have healthy waters that produce what we need them to, right, then we are sustaining a lot of different things. And so it starts there, making sure that we're not going to lose opportunity over time because we are keeping what we have and we're hopefully building more resilience into that system. I think it also connects in working lands and waters, because to us, waters are working right when they are providing that opportunity that also produces a product. Right. So we see that with our agricultural lands, we see that with forestry, we see that with some of our seafood industry, and then I think we see it on our waterways as well. And so thinking about how the administration, the agencies, how are we connected into that work? What, tools and resources and grant programs are we doing to help make sure that you're seeing those practices play out in a way that, again, sustains them, and also if there's opportunity for getting multiple, other benefits out of it too, we're thinking about that. So that's kind of what that bucket is about. And then in addition, I would say that the lead by example, right? Again, anytime that we have state lands and waters that are tied into, anytime state agencies are owning or managing lands or waters, we're thinking about how to do that in a better way. And I think that connects, for instance, to hatcheries, like Jeff was saying, right, where we have a resource and we want to think about making sure that those can be sustainable over time so they can support, various uses, including, again, recreation use and angling opportunity, that kind of thing, that, we're doing that really thoughtfully as well. And we're going to be hearing from folks at a lot of these different input points, including in front of this board and commission, which we're hoping that input comes back our way as well and helps inform the development of the different work plans. So the community piece is, again, that's being led by a different facet of our office, but that is all encompassing. The way that they're running that effort is they're pulling community members together in each of these different geographies to hear about what's important to those communities. Again, what tools and strategies they'd like to see implemented to make sure that they're resilient to change. And it could encompass anything, but I think the direction of the individual strategies and plans may be tailored a little bit by different communities. So there's certainly a way to plug into that effort as well. And we are also planning our resilience officer to connect into our agency work to make sure we're aligned and coordinated and getting information out about how that effort's progressing.
Yeah, I think structurally that's right on. And structurally, the way my piece of this is, as an enterprise, how do we knit things together? And I don't believe we should be sitting here telling the Marine Board what they need to do. I think we need to give a framework for the Marine Board and Larry to lead in a way that makes sense. And I only had to be here for 5 minutes to hear somebody talking about the importance of recreational and sport fishing on our waterways and the balance that has to be accomplished in order to have a functioning ecosystem in those waterways. I'm not going to, and the governor is not going to be the one that sit and say, okay, Marine Board, how do you do that? Like, you need to do X, Y, Z. We're going to say, how do you do that? Here's a framework. There's a North Star. If you want to fold into where the governor wants our natural resource agencies to head, then come to us and tell us the best way for you to intersect those things and do it in a work plan. Do it that drives your rulemakings and your policy development. Do it in your budget development when you come and ask the governor to support our governor's recommended budget for the 27-29 biennium. We're going to ask to tie in. How does it tie into the North Star? And that's the way that I think we view the responsibility of managing the enterprise of 14 agencies. And it's going to look different for every single agency, and that's perfect.
That is a good, I'm sorry, I forgot, I neglected to note that the development of the work plans that we're contemplating here are supposed to be on a cadence. And again, it's a little wonky this first year because of when we issued, but to inform a budget process and to inform the legislative process. So we're expecting that, you know, to Jeff's point, we'll understand, or hopefully some things are going to be framed up as to how they tie to the goals and objectives of the EO as you're thinking about budget development, as you're thinking about what you might need at the legislature, things like that.
And that actually comes to a question I was going to have, was sort of how does the legislature fold into this? I was in a meeting last week where 2 state representatives were at, and at our wrap up of like, okay, so what do you think are the next steps? And we had little round tables, and the 2 reps were at our table. And I mentioned the executive order, and they're looking at me like, the what?
Yeah.
So, and these are 2 fairly environmentally savvy, environmentally focused, climate focused representatives.
Who got copies of the executive order? And may have been at the hearing that we testified at.
It was confusing to me because we're trying to talk about a particular issue. And I said, there's got to be some way, because we have state agencies in the room at this event. How do we get them from going, it's not my problem, to it's all of our problems, and then you guys figure out how to get us some money to solve the problem.
That is the challenge of an executive branch and a legislative branch, and the legislative branch that comes with priorities that kind of come at them and through them from different parts of the state with different interests that they tend to listen to more or less. Our job is to knit together a cohesive message, and that's the other piece of this, is a cohesive message. So when we're intersecting the legislative branch, we are pushing that, and we're pushing with that. I was with legislators last night and saying, look, the executive order is the statement of how the executive branch is going to approach the budgeting process for the long session for the next biennium. It's how you're going to see the framework. And this is new. I mean, it just came, we're 2 months in and Christmas in the middle. So I think we've had 1 hearing over in the legislature. You'll see, if you were in the building, this kind of conversation is going to be happening repetitively every single legislative day during the February session leading up to the budget process. But it's really aimed at beginning to have the convergence of the messaging ready in the next long session, where we really do have policy proposals that are on the table and we have a budget that's on the table. And that's where I think my goal is, by that time, the legislature, I'm going to be really disappointed if we have a member of a natural resource committee that doesn't expect the governor's office or Larry to be sitting referencing the governor's direction to the agencies. Don't be discouraged.
And we did our part to build the awareness in the meantime. Again, we did present before a committee. We will take opportunities when those arise, or before the different caucuses. So we'll still be trying to get it in front of them. I think in different ways.
It will be incremental.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay. We've taken up a bunch of your time, so I just want you to know that there's a companion executive order that the governor issued around reducing greenhouse gas emissions and advancing clean energy for the state. If you have interest in it, we're happy to talk. And I think, I talk with boards and commission members individually all the time. And if you want to have a conversation as an individual commission member outside of the Marine Board, then, please reach out. Essentially, it focuses in on prioritizing and implementing the Oregon Energy Strategy, which was issued by the Department of Energy earlier in the fall, and is on their website. And there are pathways toward that prioritize things that will make the most difference on the energy front for the state of Oregon. And so the executive order is really picking that up and identifying a few of those pathways and saying, we really want to see more efficiency. We really want, in existing infrastructure, we really want to see electrification of vehicles and buildings and programs that are going to forward that on. Looking at low carbon fuels. The other big bucket in that is get things built. We have transmission problems right now that is a big limiting factor in our energy grid, and we have to streamline the way we're setting up our transmission corridors so that it makes more electrification possible at a more affordable price than if we're trying to work around and jerry-rig with an existing transmission structure, and that's a big one. And then streamlining the siting of clean energy projects, solar and wind, is another key piece that our Department of Energy, the Public Utility Commission, will be working on, and the Department of Land Use Conservation Development. So I think those are the two big ones that I would call out, and I think the last one that's most interesting is we're trying to create Oregon as a destination for private investment by the innovators in the energy space. And if you didn't see the articles about hot rocks, it's a great example of the opportunity that Oregon has for clean energy development. And it's basically new technology that instead of geothermal that's drilling down into sources of hot water along the entire Cascade Range, there's a lot of pockets where the heat within the rocks can create a closed loop system that has the tremendous potential to generate electricity for us based on a clean closed loop heat water system. That water is pumped down and heated by the rocks and comes up and generates electricity can be put into the grid. And it's a great example of how the governor's trying through our economic prosperity initiative and through these executive orders to kind of create business development opportunities by incenting the types of businesses we want investing in Oregon to come here and find it easier to lift off some of these innovative approaches, particularly in the energy field. So that's the short of it on the energy front. But look up hot rocks. I think it's an OPP article.
Any other questions for Jeff and Shaka? Great, thank you for coming out today.
All right, have a great day. And amazing pastries sitting here. So we'll probably be back just to sit down and eat pastries the next meeting. But I am going to grab one here. Excuse me.
Right, so we are going to get back to our public comment section. How about Matt Halsey?
Okay.
You can stand up where you are, come to the table.
I'll just stand where I am. I'm good.
You got 3 minutes.
Okay. So my name is Matt Halseth. I'm a fishing guide. I live here in the Willamette Valley, in Almsville. So grew up in Lyons. I've seen the heyday of the North Santiam River and, just the bustling communities up there, the tackle shops that have came and gone and all that stuff. And as things change, we also have to change. And I now fish on the coast most of the winter time because we don't have the fish that we had, when I was younger. So fast forward, I started fishing the Siletz River when I was 16. As soon as I got my driver's license, it was late April. Let's go fish the Siletz. So it's been part of my life for 30 years now. I'm here to give public comment on the proposed motor ban. First off, the safety issues. I do not see it as a safety issue. I've never encountered any, in all my years of fishing on the river and guiding. I've been a guide for 13 years now, guided in Alaska, or I've never seen motors on the Siletz River as a safety issue. If anything, the motors have came in a time of need for, a guy flipped his boat at Logston Bridge. We motored down, we picked up all of his stuff. We helped him get, everything back in order, and we were able to do that with our gas powered motors. That's just, one instance that I was a part of. It's never been proved, I've never seen it as a safety issue. Especially with drift boats, we have small outboards. The drift boat is not a planing vessel. It only goes so fast, and there's extreme low water where we don't really use them, so it's not even an issue there. So where
where the motor ban, proposed motor ban really breaks into the recreation is that, I have a lot of friends, I have clients, that they use the river as well on their own. And if a guy wants to go fishing by himself, instead of dropping his anchor and going down the river and doing all the stuff, he's able to go fish and enjoy it with him and one guy. He's not rowing the boat all day where the other guy's fishing. So it's increasing recreation for license holders that enjoy a winter steelhead fish or fall chinook fish or whatever on the river. So, I mean, as these guys were talking, there was, recreations on the list for users. I just basically, it's the one river on the coast that we have. The Nestucca is no motors for part of the year. The Wilson, the Trask, the North Coast rivers are electric only to Highway 101. So this gives the river setting, which below Highway 101, a lot of that is tidewater. This gives the river setting to go and river fish, on the beautiful Siletz River that has seemingly the most amount of waterfalls than any other river in Oregon. People are always in awe over that, but it's another place that's open for people that like to go enjoy that and use their motor to help them to fish throughout the day. And also, okay, so the biggest thing I've seen with this whole proposal is the division among the user community. We have people, anti-motor people, pro-motor people. The anti-motor group is a small bit of the user group. Let's say, 15% trying to take away from the other 85% of 100% of a user group. I've seen things taken away throughout my life, and I don't enjoy that. Also, one more tidbit is protecting the resource. So if we lose people because they don't go enjoy that resource, we lose people to collect rootstock fish. We lose, it's just a losing battle, and the resource is lost in the end. I've seen it firsthand on the North Santiam River. It doesn't get near the recreational use that it used to get. And so the fish end up last. Like that's it. And so we're all stewards of the resource. Collect rootstock fish, try to keep things positive and going in the right direction for everybody to use the river.
Thank you for coming out, Matt.
Yep.
Logan Ellis.
I'm Logan Ellis. I'm a guide on the Siletz. I fish the Siletz over half the year, probably 100 days on the river. On the river more than most people. I do not see any of these conflicts that are discussed in my time on the river, running the motor, and also not running the motor with other people. This is purely a social issue amongst users between motors and not motors. Over probably 90% of the boats I see on the river have a motor. The other 10% don't. And as far as the 6 points that were discussed in the original petition, I believe it was number 5 was about advantages. And I don't believe it's the Marines Board choice to regulate advantages. And what comes down to advantages between a motor or not a motor could be having a boat, not having a boat, fishing from the bank, having an expensive fishing rod, having a $20 Walmart rod. It comes down to what exactly is an advantage. And having an advantage can just be being out there 4 or 5 days a week versus being out there 1. You can't control that. Some people are going to be better at certain things and some people aren't. Congestion issue, I compared to other rivers, Nestucca, Wilson, that are north of Siletz, which are even smaller than the Siletz River, there's way more boats, 3 times as many some days. And so I don't see this as a congestion issue. And the past 20 years between the other 3 petitions that were put out, none of them passed. So What's different now? Nothing. The river is, the main issue right now is between January and March during winter steelhead. That was discussed in the RAC, which I was a member of, and during winter steelhead. And we can only catch hatchery fish during that time. We're not hurting the wild population, and myself, many guides, and other recreational fishermen collect wild broodstock fish that we turn into the hatchery that they spawn to turn our hatchery fish into. And so with that, the whole issue there is not having enough hatchery fish. And so we've asked ODFW for many years now to get more smolts. We only get 50,000 winter steelhead smolts compared to Nestucca, Wilson, which again are way smaller rivers. They get up to 150,000 smolts. So the issue there is we just need more smolts for everyone to be more happy, catch more fish. That's all I got.
Thank you for coming in today, William. Next, let's do Angela.
Good morning. I'm Angela Sondena. I'm Dr. Angela Sondena. I'm a certified senior ecologist and the natural resources director for the Siletz tribe and a Siletz tribal elder. And I'm happy to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the petition on the Siletz to restrict motors above Jack Morgan Park. And that petition was filed almost a year ago. And as the natural resource director for the tribe, I've been faithfully participating in the rulemaking process, and I'll continue to do so until we have a successful resolution to the issue. But throughout this process, some people have questioned the motivations of the tribe in filing the petition and have speculated wildly about why the petition was filed and what we hope to get out of it. At times, that public rhetoric has actually become quite hostile and disrespectful. And unfortunately, in some ways, this is a reflection of conditions on the river and why so many people no longer even frequent the Siletz to fish. And we've heard this from community members, from tribal members, even some commercial fishing guides. They no longer want to fish the Siletz because of the conditions there. And that's a travesty. You know, many of you have been to the Siletz. You see how beautiful it is. You see how wonderful that river is. And it is absolutely a travesty that people feel like it's no longer a safe or enjoyable place to fish. And so we believe that restricting motorized use can help alleviate the extreme pressures that are now placed on the Siletz, improve fishing opportunities for a broader spectrum of the public, reduce social conflicts, because there are social conflicts, and better protect sensitive aquatic life. You know, and you hear repeatedly that, well, these motors are small and, you know, we don't use them at low flow, there's no impacts. Well, I would remind the board that we have submitted video of boat motors on the Siletz and the behavior of some boating publics and into your record. And I would just ask you to go back and look at those videos again and judge for yourself if there's no impacts from these motors on our small river. And this emphasis on the Siletz is not an idle pursuit by the tribe. It is not an afterthought or a fleeting passion. The Siletz is at the very heart of our ancestral lands, our coast reservation, and the cultural lifeways that define us as a people. And aside from industrial timber corporations, the Siletz tribe is one of the largest riverfront landowners on this river. The importance of this river to us and the local community cannot be emphasized enough. And that's why the tribe has invested countless staff hours and millions of dollars to invest in fisheries management and habitat improvement work spanning decades on this river. You know, we have a fish hatchery at Rock Creek that produces steelhead. We conduct water quality and spawning surveys on the main stem, and we engage in public policy discussions with state and federal agencies that regulate the fishery and the habitat of this river and others. We do this to protect the fish and help ensure fair distribution of the fishery for all users. And we're proud of this work as stewards of this and other rivers. And this petition is just the latest effort to protect the Silettes and the aquatic life that's found there. Because all of us, we have to take care of this resource. If we have any hope of having this into the future for our children, our grandchildren, and future generation, we have to be better stewards of this resource. And I believe that changing the rules on the Silettes is entirely consistent with the Marine Board's own mission statement. And I'll quote now, serving Oregon's recreational boating public through education, enforcement, access, and environmental stewardship for a safe and enjoyable experience. And so that's why I wanted to come to you today and speak on behalf of supporting this petition. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming out today. Tom, and I'm not sure how to pronounce
Rough
it.
rank.
All right.
Chair Jackson, board members, Director Warren. My name is Tom Rumreich. I spent a long 40-year career as a fish biologist for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. The hat that I currently wear is I'm the executive director of the Oregon Angler Alliance. About 20 years ago, I sent a rather controversial letter to this board regarding using motors on the South Fork of the Coquille. I was adamantly opposed to that, strictly from the standpoint, if you know the history of the South Fork of Coquille, the repair and management has been awful. Splash dams, rogue livestock grazing, highly erodible banks, very detrimental use when boats are being used on that river. And that's erosion is a tremendous problem there, and boats exacerbate that. I had an opportunity to take a motor on the Silettes just this last November. I saw none of that. And what I was able to observe is very armored, well-armored bank, not only vegetatively armored, but rock armored, did not see the erosion problems, did not see the problem as far as any type of gravel displacement or anything to that matter. Things that I was very, very passionate about on the South Fork of the Coquille, I did not observe. In my wearing the hat of the Oregon Angler Alliance, we heard this statement several times about stewardship. And I know that on a global scale, the advocates of fishing and hunting have been the anglers, the sports people. And that if you look at the angling opportunities in Oregon, they're getting less and less. Fishing in Oregon is a $1.5 billion a year industry. We as a community, as Oregonians, cannot go ahead and do things that limit angling opportunity. Limiting boat usage on the sleds would do just that, would absolutely limit angling opportunities. And while I'm sensitive to the stewardship of various interest groups with that river, you have to also be able to be partners with what Matt said and what this gentleman said, is really the connection to rehabilitating populations of fish. And at least, again, it's my history working in the STEP program for 38 years, had an opportunity to witness what people who are invested in the community, invested in the resource, can really do as far as being partners and stewards. And so I'm standing here in front of you today to go ahead and continue the allowance of motors on the sleds, because I really do believe that it is not an environmental problem. It certainly is not a safety issue, but it would have long-lasting impacts as far as the stewardship of that river from the user groups.
Thank you very much. Scott Ammerman?
And I'll move up here and stand just like put some stuff down and start my timer and everything. So Chair Jackson, Director Warren, board, thank you for having us here. I'm a longtime advocate for the Silettes. I'm third generation. My dad was fishing guide for over 40 years. I've been fishing guide for over 35 years in the Silettes. I've been asked by multiple agencies, including, ODFW staff, the ODFW Commission, to be part of the Pacific Marine Fisheries Council, the chair representing Oregon, to sit in that chair and fight for Oregon's rights in those processes. I was a longtime member of the Silettes Watershed Council. I run a nonprofit on the Silettes called Silettes Anglers. I'm a powerboat operator and I run a motor on the river. I'm asking the board and the staff to give us some time to present what we do for the river. Give us more than 3 minutes to sit down with staff, show you some videos,
show you how we use motors, show how we do stuff. Because there was no powerboat operators that run larger boats above Morgan on the RAC. When me and others reached out to Alan about being on the RAC to provide opportunity to speak about what we've done, we were told we were not allowed to be on the RAC, and he specifically blocked us because we had a history on the river, that we had 20 years of fighting this in the past, 20 years of doing motors on the river. He wanted new, fresh blood in the RAC process. We've had no voice in this process. This is a social issue. It's not a safety issue. I can tell you 20 times where I've been on the river with my motor that I've been able to go save somebody that fell in off the bank, that I've been able to pick people up that had flipped their kayaks, that I've been able to go pick people up that sank their drift boats and we were able to salvage their boats and get them out of the water, or people that have missed boat ramps and got hung up in brush piles, we were able to go take our motors and pull them out of the thing. In the first RAC meeting, it was discussed, is there any safety issues for this river? And everybody in the RAC said no. And Alan said, okay, since there's no safety issues, we won't discuss that further. So it's not a safety issue. It's not a congestion issue. It's a social issue. And the social issue has been exacerbated by a lack of hatchery fish. You've heard other people say, all the surrounding rivers get 150,000 winter steelhead smolts. All of our fishing, 100% of our fishing above Illahee Park on the Selettes is steelhead fishing, because the salmon fishing is only open below that point. So by not having the hatchery smolts there, we are limited. And so I brought you guys an email from Chris Knutson, who was also on the RAC. He's the ODF and W representative from the RAC, and I'll hand those out in just a second. This is him telling you that we've tried for 20 years to get them to plant more smolts in the Selettes, and that they have a process that they're going to set it up to start doing in 2026, that we're going to get more fish. It also has a list of the plant numbers we've released. The problem is 5 times since 2013 to 2024, they killed our smolts in the hatchery. Each time they kill our smolts in the hatchery, that affects 2 years. So this thing where people feel like there's a competition, it's because we haven't had the fish in the river. We are trying to do this. Nobody's done more for the river than our user groups. And I mean, I applaud the Selettes. We've worked with the Selettes tribe. We've done a bunch of stuff to do stuff. We want to work with them moving forward. We just want them to sit down with us, and that hasn't happened. I've also brought you a copy of my letter from my attorney, where he is challenging the legal authority of the rulemaking process here because of the fact that there is no safety concerns and there are no congestion concerns. And that's, I'll let you guys read through that. Last point, and I'll let you guys go, I appreciate your time, is I have a letter here from Larry Warren that is asking us to fill out the survey to provide information about boat motor usage and the usage of gas in our businesses. And so I have a copy of that. I have a copy of the survey from Oregon State, and have a copy of my example of the funding Oregon State Marine Board gets from us that run motors. I register 3 boats. I predominantly fish the Selettes almost exclusively throughout the year. In my survey, I put down that I ran 600 gallons of gas through my boat, that I'm filling out the paperwork so the State Marine Board gets funding. So we regularly fund the State Marine Board. I brought you guys all copies of that. I just appreciate your time, and I really am asking for time to sit down with staff, have some input about what we do. I'd love to show you videos of motorboat usage, how we use motors, how we do stuff. Videos of, you guys got to see the river yesterday when it was gorgeous and it's low and it's a pretty river. We care about it, and nobody cares about it as much. So that's my standpoint. I just hand these out to you if you guys want to. Brought 6 copies, so each of the board members can have a copy, and Chair Warren a copy. And then this is the gas usage form, and this is the email from ODF and W, and the second page has the numbers of the releases. And when you look at those, compare them to 150,000 on all the surrounding rivers that are much smaller.
Thank you very much. Jay Ellis.
Yeah, that's me. So, yeah, Director Warren and Chair Jackson, I'm thankful for the opportunity to share with you guys and gals today. I'm a recreational angler on the Silettes, and I have a really unique perspective on it because of my background. Just briefly to share that with you, I graduated from Oregon State with a degree in resource recreation management. Went on to a 35-year career as a professional bass fisherman, toured all over America and internationally fishing in competitions, and got elected to the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. I even won an ESPY award for the nation's top outdoor athlete. And so I've been around the block. I've seen everything there is to see. I spent my whole career making a living out of a boat for 35 years. And I recreational fish on the Silettes about once a week, year round. I just love it. It's a beautiful place. And it's my happy place, you know. It's a great place to go to relax. And my testimony is simple. I don't see any conflict out there. I don't see any, congestion. I don't see any safety issues. It's just when I'm out there fishing on a typical day, I'll encounter, and this is above Morgan Park in the area where the issue is. Above Morgan Park on an average day, I'll come across 2 to 5 other drift boats on the water. Sure, there are days when the fishing is really good. You'll see more than that, but there's just as many days where I won't see anybody all day. And so I don't see how you could say there's a safety issue or a congestion. It's actually almost laughable that that those things are even brought up. It's just a very enjoyable place to go. And I respect other people's opinions that have different perspectives on how the river should be used, but the vast majority of the users want to use motors, and it's a very small minority that wants to ban the motors. And I enjoy the fact that the river users have the freedom to enjoy the river and recreate as they see fit. You can use a gas motor, you can use an electric motor, you can use no motor, whatever you want to do. And I just don't think it's right to have a small minority user group try to dictate to the whole how everyone should use the river the way they think it should be used. So that's my testimony. And I'm a recreational fisherman, like I said, and I'd be more than happy to take any of you out for a drift down the river anytime so you can see it for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Last person on the list is James Allen.
Mr. Warren and the board. 1979, I was a Oregon State Marine cadet, worked for Lincoln County Sheriff's Office by a grant by this board. I've lived in Lincoln County since 1974, off and on. I am currently the president of the Alsea Sportsman Association in Walport, with over 300 members strong. It's kind of ironic that I now live at Sam's Creek, where it runs into the Silettes River. I would have to agree with the gentleman speaking before that I do not see the congestion, and there's a boat ramp in my yard. I mean, I see between 3 to 5 boats, and I see them taking out down at the city of Silettes. I have not heard one boat motor up where I live at this time. And I do have a friend that was saved by another drift boat that came motoring in after his anchor was let down going through the rapids, hung the boat up, put it like this, and filled the boat with water. They lost everything. The next couple of drift boats coming through with their nets were able to retrieve any pollution or any garbage that was there. So it's kind of, I don't see the safety factor, and I don't see the congestion. Being on the Alsea River, I can show you congestion. I can show you where the boat ramps can't hold the vehicles. I can tell you that the state Department of Fish and Game shut down Cozy Cove because there were so many people. They were parking out on the highway, and they were issuing so many parking citations because of the number of people that were there. That's congestion. So until you get to Don Lindley Park, that's all I have to say. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. So that covers all of the folks who signed up to speak. We're going to move on to our next item, which is Director's Agency Report. Director Warren.
Chair Jackson, members of the board, Larry Warren, Director of the Oregon State Marine Board. I'll go through the entire report. After you take questions, I just want to call out 3 things. First, our 2026 legislative session kicks off on Monday. Bills are, bills are finally out. Bills are finally out as of yesterday afternoon, which is a little later than we hoped. So we did a cursory review last night on bills, and we've of course been trying every little trick we have to find out what's coming anyways. And I guess this session might be marked by what's not there on my initial read last night. There was not a Newburgh pool bill related bill, which since 2018, there's only been one session without a Newburgh pool related bill. So that was, you know, that's probably a good thing. It means maybe the rules that have been in place for the last 3 or 4 years stay in place and the issue can hopefully settle. The other piece that was not there was some talk on X, formerly Twitter, that there was going to be a bill related to taking back some of the waterway access changes that had gone from 11 to 11, from 10 foot to no feet. In the 25 session, there was discussion that there was going to be a bill to change it back to 11 feet or move it to 11 feet for the people that needed the permit. That bill did not get introduced in the first wave of bills. So procedurally, anything can happen once the session's open. There's always ways to amend bills. There's ways to do things, but we were fully expecting there to be a waterway access bill and there wasn't. But that's not to say that something couldn't appear. Now, with that said, short session. So we're in a short session here because it's even, which means they have to be done. I think it's March 8th is sine die, March 8th or 9th. I've seen some nods back there. That's not a lot of time. So some of the first deadlines that they come up against to get their bills through are as soon as February 9th, the second Tuesday of February. So there's not a lot of time in a short session for things to appear and change and amend. So not saying it's not possible, but we just didn't see that in the first cut to change waterway access. Rec immunity is going to be a big deal. There was at least 2 or 3 bills on recreational immunity. We'll pay attention to those just because I think it's important for our recreational community. And candidly, I know a few of us did our analysis this last night. I need to go back through and really do one, and I will get a list of bills that we're tracking out to all of you with just a little summary of why we're tracking them. But I didn't see anything that looked like it was Marine Board specific that we'll be tracking. So it'll be more just things we're interested in versus Marine Board specific. And the only other piece, Mr. Ammerman mentioned the gas tax survey, and since we do have some new members, maybe Christy was going to talk about this, so sorry if I steal your thunder a little bit, but well, I'll just let you do it. If you're talking about it, then you talk about it. You'll say it way better than me. So that's all. Take any questions.
So up north with all the flooding there and the impacts of the log jams, facilities, you know, eroded and whatnot, are most of those local governments getting is a declaration placed, you know, for emergency funding? Are they working towards FEMA repairs, or are they going to be coming to the Marine Board for potential funding to fix their facilities?
I think they're not getting their declarations ready. I think in the current environment, candidly, I'm not sure how much Oregon will rely on FEMA declaration. In the past, when you have an emergency like a big flood event, it's almost a foregone conclusion that some FEMA money is going to show up to help repair stuff. There's actually sometimes Janine's hoping that a site gets damaged by a flood because then some federal money comes in and helps fix it up. And we're just in a different situation right now where we don't anticipate that federal money coming to Oregon to help with that. So to your point, Member Lambert, I'm sure Janine's working overtime to help try to think about how these folks can get their facilities up and running, and any money we may or may not have to be able to help them with that. So, but I just think we're not going to anticipate FEMA money for a while.
I would say that hopefully they're working towards submitting their declarations and not just looking at the easy route of coming to the Marine Board to fix their facility, whether they get denied or don't get denied or a declaration doesn't get in place. Hopefully that those governments are working towards that.
I know as soon as there's any kind of flooding event, Janine advises everybody on how to get their documentation ready, things that they should be planning, things they should keep track of, so that if there's ever a declaration or something to happen, that they've got all the documentation in place, because it's a lot easier to do it while you're going through the emergency than to go back and say, what did we do? Did we spend some money on this? Did we do that? So I'm sure she's given that same advice to be documented and be ready for a declaration.
The other question I had, last one, promise, the Southern Resident Orca, that's
Yeah.
interesting. The discussions that are happening there. I'm just curious, it sounds like somebody from the team is participating in that. Is that a work group or potential policy or law that you anticipate might affect coastal waterway usage, inland usage, like what we're talking about today to the salmon and the things?
So ODFW is the lead agency, and while we don't need it, there's some statutory authority that lets them sort of say, like, you got to tell us what you're going to do because we're trying to do this for an endangered group of resident orca whales. So we're at the table to tell them things that we can do. So we're at the point we're at now, we've said things like we could, as the Marine Board, change voting rules. We could, but at the same time, we're also engaging with them on, that shouldn't be the first move, right? Education, those pieces. And I'm going to get way out of my skis here real quick, but that one's a little more complicated. My understanding is like where that southern orca pod travels, it's not necessarily near shore. The likelihood that, someone out bottom fishing or salmon fishing near shore is going to encounter this particular pod of whales is very low. Some people have looked at the Puget Sound where they did 1,000-foot buffer around whales and been worried that's coming to Oregon. Our position and what we've communicated is that's probably, we don't initially see that as being a solution for Oregon, right? The Puget Sound is much different. If you're coming across a bar and there was a whale there, we don't want people to stop transiting the bar and get in danger because there's a whale. So they're working with us, we're working with them. It's a potential, but I think right now there's no plans to ask us to do specific rulemaking.
Any other questions for Director Warren? The director report? No. So why don't
I do. So when we're talking about
So-
mitigation and science of some of the things that happen, like,
so we'll take testimony, public testimony during.
no, I was asking a question about the mitigation and the science to get relief from these national disasters and FEMA funds.
Sure.
Because we had like Fall Creek at Oregon State.
Yeah, I would say if you want to know about that, the expert in the room's right there.
Okay.
You find her at a break and she knows more than all of us about that. And
Awesome.
She can answer all your questions.
So quick question about the B word. How long do you want to take for the discussion on serial
I can
communication?
do that in like 5-10 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to do serial communication and then we're going to take a 15-minute break.
So the serial communication topic was just a start to raise the awareness. So laws changed a few years ago. We haven't really talked about it much at this group. And candidly, I think it's like all laws that came out, it was well-intentioned. And the more we learn, the more complicated it gets. So I think there'll be some potential changes coming in the future, not from us. So what I want to do, I don't want to scare all of you. I want to make sure you understand that communication with each other and the public is still there. But so the primary intention of the laws was to make sure that public meetings were happening in a public space. So what sometimes was happening, not with the Marine Board, but some boards, there was a feeling that quorum of board members would talk through each other. So Fiona would tell Steve, Steve would tell Laura, Laura tells Jeff, and you essentially had a meeting outside of a public meeting because you really communicated your positions across to each other, without a meeting happening. What isn't a violation, and that I want to make this really clear. You all can talk to each other. You can send each other, how was your day? How's school going? You're all fine. Where you start to want to really pay attention is if you're going to start articulating a position about something that will become before you for a vote, right? And so if you're just talking generally, I drove by, I went by this boat ramp, it was great, right? That's fine. But if, say, for instance, we've got Anna Reservoir petition, if you all started talking with each other about that, not in a public meeting, that's where we could really start to worry about a serial communication violation. So I'm going to get in trouble with my managers later because I'm going to use an analogy they won't like. Think of your idea like a virus, right? And once your virus touches you and 2 other board members, you've now created a serial communication violation, right? So if you're like my position on the Anna Reservoir, and again, Fiona tells Steve, no quorum, they haven't created a problem. But as soon as Steve goes and tells Laura, hey, I was talking with Fiona and Fiona is thinking this way and I'm thinking this way. Fiona's ideas now touched two other board members, so we've got a quorum of 3 and we've had the idea. So think about it as a risk mitigation. So the least risky people to talk to is agency staff, because we're super trained in this. And we know that if Steve communicates his position to me, I'm trained enough to not go tell Dax what Steve's position was. And so you're always welcome to talk with staff because we're highly trained. We're not going to create that serial communication. So if you really feel like you want to talk to another board member about your position, 1-to-1 is okay, right? Because that's not a quorum, but you up the risk because now you're trusting each other. Not that any of you are distrustworthy, but just to not forget and to share that position with somebody else. I think the more complicated one to keep in mind is it doesn't have to be a member of staff. It can be a member of the public. So again, you all should be talking to the public when people approach you. We're always willing to help you think through that. But a member of the public talks to Laura and gets her position. And then she goes to Jeff and she says, I was talking to Laura and her position on the Anna Reservoir is this. So what is your position on this? That still isn't a violation because we've only had that idea touch 2 people. But I'm getting real risky because we don't know that the member of the public didn't already talk to other people to build that idea. So your best case in those situations would be to say, we can't talk about what the other board member's thinking. Let's talk about what your ideas are and what you're wanting to share with me. And it'd be most helpful if you didn't share your position on how you were going to vote with that member of the public. We do believe that there will be a case where members of the public will intentionally try to create a serial communication violation. Maybe not with Marine Board, let's hope not. But we believe that that will be a technique that people will try to use to slow down a rulemaking or perhaps get somebody into an ethics violation or a public meeting law violation. So if you've got a chance where you're talking with the public and you're worried about it, let's talk. Let's make sure. We want you to feel comfortable talking to people. That's what you should be doing. Don't articulate your position on something that you're going to vote on. That's the best way to avoid that risk. And if somebody starts trying to tell you about another board member's position, just ask them politely to stop telling you about another member's board position. That's the second way to mitigate that risk. But if you're not articulating your position on the vote and you're listening, asking questions, you're not going to create this serial communication violation. And the other one, and this one hits, I think, the local government people the most. It's one of those I didn't think through, maybe in the initial law. There is some initial ideas that if you posted your position on social media, because everybody can see that, you've now created a serial communication violation because we assume all the other members can see your position. So I want to be clear on that one. If Dax leaves this meeting and hashtags up at the great board meeting, loved it, good topics, good discussion, no problem. If Dax before this meeting hashtag, this is how I'm going to vote on this agenda item because I care about it, now we've created that serial communication violation. This is a bigger problem for the local elected officials, your mayors, your city councils, where they do often articulate a position on social media these days because that's where we're at. We just put our positions on social media. And so I think that's an area where they're going to continue to work on that law because it's really tough for an elected official in today's age to not be able to communicate out on social media, and they often are going to be communicating their positions. I don't see it as big as, but if some of you are like, if we're out on a tour, do you want to, hey, great tour, right? No problem, great tour, pretty picture, no problem. But if you said, I'm going to vote this way, then you've created that problem. So there's going to be more training. Candidly, the case law on this will probably get resolved over the next 5 to 10 years, and we'll all learn more. I think they're going to have to make some changes to the law. This isn't meant to scare you. We want you talking with each other. We want you talking with members of the public. We want you talking to staff. We just don't want your idea to spread to 2 other board members and create that quorum. If it's an idea around how you're going to vote on a position before the board. So that's the main piece. We're all learning too. Even the DOJ advice that we've been seeking is like, don't share this out yet. It's not quite baked, so we're not able to, so I'm still learning. We're all learning. I can tell you that of all the types of agencies out there, the natural resource agencies are the most in tune with this because as we see today, people are passionate about natural resources. And so, I don't think that other types of boards and commissions are as worried about this, but the natural resource, every one of our agencies with boards and commissions is talking about this and telling the world we need more advice, we need more clarity, we need more information. So when in doubt, talk to any of us. If you're concerned about a situation, talk to us and we'll tell you how to handle it. Keep you all in the good.
Okay, any questions for Director Warren? Right, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break. So let's be back here at about 12 after 11, after 10. And Christy, you're gonna be up after that point. All right, we are back. Director Warren has asked for a few more minutes. So, sorry, Christy.
That's right.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention, I had a really good question, so I want to make sure the whole board hears it. One of the things I didn't do very good at clarifying is when we're here in a public meeting and it's been noticed and we're all, we're on camera for show, you all can say your positions. You can talk about anything you want. You could assert a position. You could assert an idea. This is where that should happen. So I just want to make sure it's clear for everybody. When we're in a public meeting, all that stuff I talked about, serial communication goes away. This is where you should have the communication and you can all say anything you're thinking.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And I'm Katie. It's time for Christy to have her budget talk.
Oh.
Well, now I'm nervous.
He just said you can say whatever you want.
Oh, okay. I'll go ahead and get started here. Good morning, Chair Jackson, members of the board. For the record, my name is Christy Cornich. I'm the Business Services Manager. I'm here to talk about the most important thing, right? I can talk about whatever I want, right? About budget. So what I'm gonna do. Here we go. So we're going to go over statewide budget process for new members and then also kind of a recap for other members because it is a laborious process, I will tell you. So I'll go over that, kind of give you some idea of timelines. Then we'll go over some of the current efforts that the agency's doing, historical references, and then we'll dive into the fun stuff, the challenges that we're facing for the 27-29, and then try to get some a framework of what the board would like us to do moving forward with regards to the 27-29 budget. So the budget process, and I wanted to point out that we do have our LFO and our CFO, Taz and Addison are here with us. These folks help us so much. I am always sending emails. What do we do here? How are we doing this? Working with them on like federal funding. They're a huge help. They are my go-to folks. And so I so appreciate them. They help us get through the legislative process. Addison was with me 2 weeks ago when we had to present to try to increase our limit for the AIS, the bill, the 2982 that we got funding for. We needed to get approval to get expenditures. And so both Taz and Addison helped me with that. And so I so appreciate it. So I just wanted to bring them into the fold. So what we were just informed is March 17th will be what's called budget kickoff. That's with the DAS, Department of Administrative Services, CFO office, and that's Chief Financial Office. And I'm going to try to not use acronyms, but it's so tough. So what they do is they do a budget kickoff. This tells us timelines, when we need to have our budget in, what the budget needs to look like. They'll tell us what the interest rate is that we add to our current service level. They'll lay it out. Everything will be on March 17th that we'll get to see everything. Then legislative concepts, and you'll hear us talk about LCs and policy options, or POPs as we call it, will be due in the middle of April. So if we do anything where we're asking for a fee increase, if we're changing laws, adding programs, adding people, anything of that nature, that would be due in the middle of April. So that's why I'm here talking to you in regards to what we're going to do for the 27-29. And I know it seems kind of odd because we just got the 25-27 budget and already I'm rolling into 27-29. So we kind of have to straddle two different bienniums. And so it's kind of odd, but it's the process. So then in July, we will submit what's called our agency requested budget. That's our ARB. You'll hear us talk about that. And that is what we're going forward with. So typically that's your CSL, which is your current service level. And then we add on inflation and then we submit that as our agency requested budget. That goes to the CFO's office as well as the governor's office. They review it, they work through it because they have so many budgets. And then in December, typically, we will see what the governor's budget is. They will send it to us and they'll say, this is your budget, you will carry this forward. Then after that, then it'll go through the legislative process, and that's where Larry and Laura and I go and and present, and try to work it through that legislative process. Once that's through the chambers and the governor has signed it, then that has officially become our legislatively approved budget, our LAB. And then usually it'll take a couple days for DAS to, not a couple days, couple months for DAS to work through it. And then we actually get the money and we start determining, you know, what buckets it goes into. So that's kind of the long end game there. I just want to kind of show you guys that. So obviously we're just now starting basically our 25-27, but we're already going to have to be submitting stuff in April, which is right around the corner. So just to let you guys know. So I know Member Cunningham had asked us last time, you know, what we were doing internally in regards to like cost saving measures. I wanted to bring this forward just so you guys know that we are taking this very seriously and are trying to do the best that we can with savings. Where can we cut? Where can we save? What can we streamline? So a couple of the measures that and this is not all encompassing, this is just some of the ones that I was highlighting. Like we're transitioning to a different cell carrier. We're going to be going from one carrier to another, and that's going to save about on the average about $6 per phone per month for the biennium, which is a huge cost. Not to mention we get better coverage. So it works out in the end. So it's not like we're losing anything. We'll actually have better coverage, which is good for the folks that are out there in more remote areas. And then in the BSA area, Brian has been working with the fleet vehicles. He started off with 5 fleet vehicles. They're now down to 1. And then they also work with us in regards to the fleet that we have on site for the staff. So we make sure that we juggle all of them so everybody can have the vehicles they need and the resources to do their job. Eliminated out-of-state travel. That actually was, I believe, a governor's recommendation, but we have implemented that, plus tried to reduce in-state travel. But obviously with the jobs we have, it's kind of tough to do, but we're trying to reduce some of that. Other things that we're doing, reduce lodging costs by requiring law enforcement partners to double occupancy rooms during training. We've reduced availability of student capacity of non-contracted agencies, so that's fewer instructors. Pausing all new law enforcement boat builds, which is about a $700,000 savings. And then Janine's group and facilities has been working on RFPs for floating docks and floating restrooms. These will actually be statewide contracts. So, you know, other municipalities can actually use these statewide contracts. So this will be a good thing. So just some of the things that we're doing, trying to you know, cut cost, because we know it's tight this biennium.
To see the RFP for the docks, I'm assuming the thought behind that also, not just to make it easier on the other partners, but if you're bidding on a larger project, you're going to get a better price in the long run. So people.
Correct. And it kind of locks it in. So obviously there are certain materials that are volatile in pricing. And if we can kind of lock that in for 5 years, and then I think Janine said that we would be able to renew it for another 5 years. So that kind of helps out a little bit. So just to give you guys kind of a quick background, I wanted to show you what our revenue sources are. This is for our operating account. This does not account for waterway access, AIS, or outfitter guides. I just want you guys to know that those are dedicated funds. So about 46% of it is for license and fees. That's your boat registration, your titling, your education cards, your towed water sports. And then about 30% is fuel tax. And I know Larry had mentioned that fuel tax, just to let you guys know, and you may have already, some of you may have received it, is Oregon State. We contract with them every 4 years by statute, and they run a fuel tax survey. And so we provide them with a list of boats. They do random sampling. They send out notifications asking, and it's basically to let folks know that it's legitimate, that we're going to be sending them a fuel tax survey. And then they get the fuel tax survey and they'll ask you for your fuel consumption. I highly encourage everybody to fill it out, and send that back. And then what they do is they compile that data and, they determine the statistical average for each of our areas of boats. So like they have 26 foot larger and under, and they determine the fuel consumption. And then they send us a report in May, June timeframe. And then from that point forward, then the next 4 years, we will use that fuel consumption against the active renewals or active registration that we have on the books. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm excited to see what those numbers are. I have tried to encourage everybody to fill it out. I've received phone calls with people asking if it was legitimate, which I get at this current times. So that's out there. Just know that. And then 21%. Any question? 21% is federal grants. That's Janine's grants. That's the CVA and BIG, and then also the RBS, the Recreational Boating Safety Grant. That's for the law enforcement. That's in Brian's group. And then the other revenue is just the 3%. That's interest, income, late fees.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
For the fuel tax in particular, 30% of the budget is coming from that. When you get the final totals of how much that equates to in dollar values, is that spread then out over 4 years, or is that amount for a year?
No, what we do is every June 30th, what I'll do is I'll pull boat records to determine how many are active registration. And then what we do is we do a calculation for the fuel consumption for each of those categories. Then we send it over to ODOT, they approve it. We send it to DAS, they approve it. And then we get the funding for 1 year. And so those are 1 year increments. So every year I'm pulling those numbers and then matching it up to the consumption.
My question on the fuel tax, I'll probably ask every meeting that you talk about it for the next 3 years. Feeling that that's pretty stable, that's not in risk of being swept to solve other agencies' budget issues.
It's in statute. I never say anything's forever because obviously legislators can change anything if they so choose, but it is in statute. Yeah. So what I wanted to show on this slide is expenses. This shows what the agency is paying for when I'm talking about operating costs. So you have your administrative expenses, that's your rent, utilities, IT equipment, office supplies. And then you have a majority of the staff, that's 91%. So that's about 40 positions that fall under that. You have your boating education program, your law enforcement contracts, motorized facility grants and maintenance. We have motorized in there because if you see the next line here, waterway access, AIS, and outfitter guides is not included in that operating account. So I'll show you when we get into more data that when everybody sees the ending balance and you see that it's, I believe it's like at 18 million right now, everything. So you got 18 million. Well, no, you have to account for a certain percentages, waterway access, AIS, and outfitter guides, and those are dedicated funds. So we can't move those about and start paying for motorized or anything like that. It is dedicated. So here I wanted to show you, as we talk about registrations decreasing, plus you'll see it in the board book that shows, we usually mention, a decline in registration. I wanted to show you the boat count that we're looking at. And this is backed up by revenue. It's not just a number that we've pulled from our database on the boats. This has actually been backed up by revenue that you start to see this decline back in 2012. And occasionally you do see an uptick. And I'm assuming this probably is part of that COVID. Probably a lot of folks, moved to the outdoors and started recreating instead of going to the Hawaiis and Disneylands back during COVID. And so we saw a slight uptick, but then now we're back down to seeing a decline in boat registrations.
Question for you on that.
Yeah.
What category of boats is seeing the largest reduction? Is there one that stands out? Because like you mentioned, about 26 feet or different types of boats, like that seems to be a pretty good decline. Categories of medium.
Member Cunningham, honestly, I don't know the answer. I can find out. I don't want to guess.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It is, to me, it's just a totality number of declines.
And we definitely talked some about this decline. It tracks along some national trends. Oregon's maybe dipping a little more still, while some of them have come out of it. And, I think it's an interesting, when you look nationwide at some of the dips that started back in 12, it was around the time that voting agencies also started getting new computer systems that maybe track some of the numbers better. And there's a lot of even the federal money that's tied to your vote count. And I would never suggest that anybody across the nation was making up numbers, but a bigger number gave you more money. So I think there's some real decline in here. I think some of this last bit's been some real decline because I know we're putting out good numbers, but I think the overall trend, maybe it'd be interesting to know what some of the real counts were along the way to really feel where we were at. But it's certainly, Oregon, we keep hoping we're going to see some of the other states are starting to do this, and we're just not seeing it yet. And the hypothesis range everywhere from, people that own a couple boats are only registering one, or people, taking their chances not registering. And I know you know the industry real well. There has been a decline in sales, which would correlate to climate.
All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes. So I showed you guys this in October, and I wanted to show it again because we've now got, we closed out the 23-25 biennium. That was at the end of December. So I wanted to show you guys, sorry it's so small. This, for 23-25, we had all of our facility grants finally come in. We paid those invoices. One of the other numbers that we had to tweak a little bit was in the 25-27, we had to remove the 6 cents from the fuel tax. Obviously, you all probably heard that that's now on a referendum that will be voted on. So we had to back that out, which was, I believe, over $1 million. And so we made sure that we, kind of solidified this a little more with the 25-27, and then it's now actuals for 23-25. So as you see, we had an ending balance of about 14,014,700, which we started up, then moved it up into this category of estimated beginning balance for 25-27. And then this is basically what we have is called the LAV. That's the one the legislative body gave to us as a budget. What you'll see is we have projected that at the end of this biennium, we could be looking at a 5.7 deficit, which would eat up some of those ending balances. And so then we tried to push it out another biennium to take a look at what it would look like for the 27-29. And if we still continue to see the decline in registration, which correlates to the fuel tax, because obviously if you're using the boat numbers for the fuel tax, that's going to factor into it. And so with those declines, we potentially could be looking at about 9.3 million deficit in the 27-29 biennium, which would obviously leave us with less than what we could get through the end of the biennium. Basically, we're in the red, which we can't do. So just to let you guys know, that's what we're fighting today, is trying to figure out what we're going to do going forward. There's always the debate. What do you try to end with? Do you try to end with a 3-month target or a 6-month target? This has gone around and around. So what Preston and I thought was best is try to use a 3-month target because quarterly we receive law enforcement invoices. You receive, grant invoices. 3 months can, might be at times tough, but we can get through with, 3 months. And so we tried to shoot for the next few options we're going to show you. We tried to shoot for that 3-month ending balance figure.
Christy, would you mind maybe to just kind of talk about the fact that this is kind of where we thought we would be, that this isn't a reflection of.
Yeah, and this is nothing wrong on our part as an agency. increases in fees is not uncommon. This is something that's normal. It's no different than businesses. It's no different than personal incomes, that you need more to keep up with everything that's increasing. So I don't want this to ever feel like this is a negative thing. This is part of being in a government agency. I can see Steve shaking his head, yes. So I don't want it to feel like doom and gloom. Are those numbers kind of ugly? Yeah, they are. But I think, you know, once we work through the next few options and have a framework moving forward, I think.
Can I ask a question on the fuel tax?
Yeah.
Just being kind of not as knowledgeable as other board members or staff on electric motors. So on the transportation side of things, obviously they're trying to solve how do we capture the use of the system for electric vehicles that are paying for fuel gas tax. That same theory could apply to regular, as you know, you get more electric motors in there that aren't paying that portion of the fuel tax.
Correct.
Going into the system versus gas engines or motors. Any idea how many, like what that impact might be? How many electric motors are out there? Have we even begin to think about kind of like the transportation things? Is there a way to kind of address that in the future as we move forward?
I think it's something that we're going to have to work closely with the legislature and ODOT. Right now, I know when we're doing the fuel tax survey and we're pulling up active registration, we do pull out obviously the electric, because that shouldn't be included because they're not paying gas. But that is something that we definitely need to keep on our radar, that if that becomes more widespread, then we somehow need to account for that, because that will be a loss if you have motorized folks go from fuel to electric. So I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
The electrification of boats is moving along slower than the cars. And, but I think it'd be naive to not think that it's not going to continue to grow, just like along the ways of the car. You're seeing more attempts. I think Mercury's got an outboard that's an electric 8-horse outboard. You've got some bigger boats that are running electric. We were sort of hoping that, you know, ODOT would solve it for us and show us how to transition off gas tax onto electrification paying. But I think we're just going to have to see how the industry grows as well, is to capture that, because the upshot, as you're pointing out, is if boats continue to electrify, if we don't have some replacement on the fuel tax, that's a pretty big hole in our budget long term. So
Yeah, and at that point, the gas motors are subsidizing the system infrastructure and enforcement and everything the agency funds. Go to electric.
Just like ODOT.
Yeah.
Yes, just like our roads.
I would love to see us be proactive and
Yeah.
looking for that, you know, instead of waiting until it actually comes to home to roost in 6 or 7 years.
On that note, in terms of being proactive, I mean, we heard from Jeff Huntington and Chandra Ferrari this morning about the framework and the electrification of the state and the governor's goals with that. Is this something that we can be proactive in terms of the feedback? Because, you know, if they're talking about, you know, clean energy cuts and tax relief for the users, which is important, and for industry, but at the same time, can there be a way where that the loss that's coming out of our budgets would be able to be in the conversation to show like, okay, you're pushing this. Yes, this is good, especially in the environmental side, but at the same time, these are the deficits that are coming out of it. Can it be built into the framework where the tax cuts somehow also would benefit the agencies that we're then losing because of it?
I think that's exactly the things they want us to be thinking about, talking about as they build this out. And, you know, I'd use an example. We had a gentleman that approached us, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. A few of us talked to him, and his goal was to solar and electrify the marinas, because in his mind, you've got a bunch of folks that sit there, would threw solar panels on them, fed the marina can be a giver, so he can make money. You know, really compelling. He's actually gone on to build a really robust electric boat that is one of the better ones out there. It's in Portland. You see him running around sometimes. And so I actually shared his name with the Department of Energy folks and said, I know boating's a small segment and it's not something that you always all think about, but like here's somebody in Portland that's actually seen as an industry leader in not only the electrification of boats, but at one point had an idea to use the space in marinas to produce electricity through, you know, solar. And so those are the things that they're hoping for as we all start, you know, feeding in. So we do mention, sometimes people, oh, boating. It's like, well, it is a piece, and we have a lot of infrastructure, and we've got boats, and we've got,
It
so,
also equates to 30% of the budget.
yes.
Which is a big
Yeah.
factor.
I think it also flows into one of our topics that's coming up in a couple of meetings about new technologies in boating.
Yeah.
And talking to people in the kayaking world and this whole thing about electrified kayaks.
Yes.
Because they would have to be registered because they're motorized,
Yes.
but they're not, and they're using facilities and they're not paying waterway access fees anymore. So again, how do we capture that impact to the boating infrastructure and the boating system?
That's a great example with every day it seems like lithium batteries get better. And so we see more and more creative ways where they're sticking electric motors into kayaks, stand-up paddleboard. I even see one where your paddle can be a motor, and so you just put it back there and run. I don't know how well that would work, but
Yeah, it's not legal racing.
yeah. So the advent of as the battery technology gets better, it'll be the small boats that probably electrify that way first. We see a lot of it. Yeah. Wilson.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so when we were coming up with the different options, I know you folks had said you wanted me to come back with a couple of hybrid options. So some of the 6-year model key assumptions, as I've stated before, and I know Director Warren has said this a couple of times, we typically try to shoot for about 6 years in budget. And the reason why is if you go any longer, then you're basically overcharging boaters at the start. But if you go any less, then you run the risk of not getting it approved, and you don't want to keep going to that well. And so we try to come up with what could we get for 6 years with our ending balance about that 3-month range. And so just know that that's what we were trying to shoot for when we were coming up with a couple of different models. We had to make some estimations in regards to growth as well as inflation. So we put about a 6% decrease in license and fees for the 27-29, and then a 3% decrease in the following two biennium. And then we put 5.5% inflation factor on the 27-29 with a 4% following the 2 biennium. And that was based on historical. You rarely see it be 6%, 6%, 6%. So we wanted to try to make it as realistic as possible. But obviously we know trying to forecast out 6 years from now is tough. You see that even just on the statewide level. That's why you get kickers. It's hard at biennium level, let alone trying to forecast out 6 years. But we want to try to get as close as we possibly can. So there again, we're trying to end with a ending balance target at about a 3-month operating expenditure. So we were trying to get to the bottom right-hand column to be 5.5 and 6 between 5.5 and 6.5. So what we have here is proposed fee increases. We looked at all the fees that would need to be increased. Some of these haven't been touched since 2015. So if we do get a fee package through, it wouldn't go in until January of 2028. So some of these fees wouldn't be touched within 13 years. That's huge. You tell me how many things out there that you are paying the same 13 years ago as of today. And a lot of the processing has increased in processing some of these certificates. So we wanted to try to increase that so we can cover our cost. Obviously, we can work with the board. One of the biggest ones is obviously our titling. That's the most significant. When it comes to that, if we change that at all, that'll obviously change the projections that we show on the next few slides. So we would have to account for that. But the rest of them don't account for it as much.
How come some of them haven't been changed since 2015? In that time frame, if we're shooting for kind of an every 6 years.
Well,
it was 2 weeks on the job when we worked with the board on the last set of fee changes. And the board at the time was really sensitive to fee changes. And so it took quite a bit of work to get to where we were on the package. And so we try to focus in on some of the big major revenue sources and left some of the other ones alone, just candidly to get it through our own internal board process.
Okay.
And before Christie moves on, I know she was covering, sorry, I stepped out, so she didn't talk about this with the fee, with the title fee. You know, it's a little shocking anytime you see 100%, but one of the things that we talked about in terms of philosophy, because budget is philosophy, accounting is reality, is we do need to be sensitive to the different income levels that vote. And if somebody buys that 14, 15-foot boat and they title it once and they keep it for 20 years, you know, then that cost gets amortized out over 20 years. Versus if you lower the title fee, then the trade-off is higher registrations fees every single time you register your boat. So there was a philosophy choice in there by what we presented to the board of, we get that that's a lot of money that we're talking about, but somebody could choose in a boat ownership model to keep a boat for a really long time so that the title fee wasn't as big a hit. But if we go the other way, every single 2 years they register their boat, they're going to get hit with that, and they can't make that economic choice to try to think about how they want to boat ownership costs.
Which might then influence their decision whether they want to keep their boat, which they
right,
keep the trend boat there.
Correct. All right, so on here, our first option was what we were calling the standard option. This is just flat out a fee increase. This is no reductions, just a fee increase. We would have to charge $9.75 per foot, which is about a 64% increase. And that would keep us at our current service level. To get into this so you guys can see, this will get you more data. As you see up here, this is the standard fee increase, the $9.75. This is 25-27. This is, we already have our budget for this. This is what you saw before. Start with the ending balance of 8.9 million. And then if you see, we would have the fee increase in January of 2028. That's when you would start it. So that's why you see a huge increase from licensing fees from the 15.6 million to the 25, because you're starting to see that fee increase come in. We still, unfortunately, we had to lower fuel tax because obviously that's based on the numbers of boats. That's why you see a decrease in there. And so you get down here and you can see that we had about a surplus of $1.4 million. And then that's added to our ending balance. And then obviously we carried it up above, and you can see kind of through the next 6 years that what we're trying to do is get to that ending balance of 3 months. So you'll see that $6 million. And that's just for fee increase. If we just did a straight fee increase.
Of the fees that were on the last slide.
No, this is for registration. Okay. This is just registration in addition to the fees that were listed in the previous slide.
Got it.
Yeah. Then the next option we did was the standard fee increase with a 5% law enforcement and facilities reductions. So that lowered it down to 9 foot. So just the standard fee increase was the $9.75. This lowers it down to $9 per foot, which is about a 51% increase. And here you see, obviously your registration is not going up as much. This is at the 23 million. Obviously fuel tax still decreasing through this entire process. But now you get down in here to the expenditure side. This is where you're starting to see the 5% reduction. So you'll see it in the law enforcement and facilities. And obviously I have over here, this omits waterway access, AIS, and outfitter and guides, but you would see a 5% reduction in the law enforcement and facilities side. So you would end up with about a 1.4 million surplus that first biennium in 27-29. And then you carry it forward. What we did is a 6%, remember, on the first year for inflation, and then the 3 and 3, and then down below you see the 5.5. And so you get to about a 6.1, and I have a slide later on that'll kind of consolidate all of this because I know it's hard to try to see different slides with all of this. But that ends up leaving for the 2031-33 biennium, that'll leave us with about a little over a 6.1 million ending balance.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So on the law enforcement and facility reductions, like what is the tangible reduction there, and what is the effect of that? Right? 'Cause that's the question. Raise the fee, we pay for everything, or reduce. What are we losing when we reduce?
What you're reducing would be obviously grants that Janine's group and facilities would be able to provide. You would also be losing the law enforcement side, that's in Brian's area. So we would have to reduce contracts in regards to that 5% cut
So fewer patrols.
potentially.
It would essentially account for a lot of inflation. So which of course, if you don't keep up with inflation, you are going backwards. But it would be, and maybe you're going to point it out later, Chrissy. So with the 5% reduction, we would talk about too, though, we always like to be intellectually honest here, is we would still be spending more. I call it a government reduction sometimes. So we would be spending more. It just wouldn't be as much as we projected spending. Right. So the amounts she was showing you in the expenditure categories are still higher. They're just not higher by as much as we would have projected.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So you see right here with the law enforcement, it has for this biennium it's 17,019,000. But if you look, there's still just a slight increase, and that's because of the inflation. So we were estimating the inflation to be 5.5, but if you take a 5% reduction, then obviously that takes it away. So that's what. So you're losing your buying power because obviously everything is getting more expensive. So yes.
So you mentioned at the beginning in terms of cost reductions that you're doing, like 700,000 were into stop boat maintenance and basically any new boats that were coming out of it, which predominantly go straight towards law enforcement. So with this type of reduction, would those be things that would continue? Like basically not getting new boats or not getting law enforcement new boats?
I'm going to be honest, I don't want to tell you specifics because I think if this was to happen, we would have to sit down with Brian and Janine's group and figure out what is the best route forward to reduce that 5%. So I don't want to say, yeah, that's definitely it, and then it's not, because I really think that needs to have program decisions and with working with.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be a stop forever.
Okay, yeah, because there's just gonna be the timeline of it, like we're stopping that now.
Yeah.
But then these are gonna be so reduced where it's not feasible, then there's gonna be marine sheriffs and whatnot that don't have new boats for a long time.
But realize the fee reduction is only in the 27, 29.
Okay.
So if you look up there, you start to see in that 29, 31, you start to see it increase again. It's because you're starting to get that inflation. So the reductions are only in the 27, 29.
Okay.
Because like I said, that ending balance, that right corner is what we were shooting for. And with us doing the reductions in the 27, 29, that could get us to the 31, 33 with that 3-month operating.
And I would just add, like, the boat platforms. I think the first platform I signed off on in 28 was like 60 grand. And I think the last one I signed off on was like 120 grand, and they're the same boat. And our team there, Brian and his team, they just continuously work on ways to build a good platform that meets the needs of law enforcement, but is less cost. So they've been experimenting with some different boat platform setups, types, just to try to find that sweet spot on, what's good, safe, lets them do their job, but also, boy, the price of boats just keeps going up. So.
Chrissy, just to verify that I'm tracking this all accurately, the difference between option 1 and option 2 is 75 cents per foot.
Yes.
So really what it would cost the boat owner each registration period for a 22-foot boat is $16.50. That's the difference.
I got a slide.
Right? You got it.
I got a slide that'll show you comparisons, that'll show you different sizes of boats. Also, it's all condensed so you guys can see it.
Thank you.
Yeah, bet. One last option is we went ahead and did the standard fee increase with 7.5% reduction to LEM facilities. So that gets it down to $8.50 per foot, and that saves $1.25 from that standard just full on fee increase. So that's about a 43% increase from right now. pretty much the same information, you'll see. And I know we have on the previous slide, it says about a 2.2 million reduction. However, if people are looking at this, they may say, wait a minute, that's only really 50,000. But if you're not increasing with inflation, then you're losing that buying power. So that's where we come up with the 2.2. So if you were continuing with inflation, then that's what you would have as an additional 2.2 million that would be added to that budget. So that's what that slide's about. And again, here we are ending in the 5.5 range to get to the operating account for the quarter, quarterly amount. Next slide is where we start to show it all combined. So here's the fee increase comparisons. So you see the standard, that's the one that was the 975. Here's the one that is 5% reduction to LE and facilities, and then a 7.5% reduction to LE and facilities. So you'll see 975, $9, and $8.50, what the variants are for all three of those, and the percentage of change, so everything's all condensed, and then the ending balance. And then I also put down at the bottom just to kind of reference again what the 3-month target is and what a 6-month target is.
And then I'm going to put a plug in here from our registration staff. If we, as we talk, if you want us to run different scenarios, we'll run anything. But please, please, please don't go to a nickel. The last board we were at 6 foot and they said $5.95 a foot because it sounded cheaper than 6. And then we had to go get nickels for our cash drawer and do all sorts of nickel math. So I said, I'm just going to put the plug in for the nice people at the front desk that if we could just not do nickels, they would really appreciate it. But we will run any scenario you would like us to.
We will. And you may notice is ending balances, you may say, well, why is it so different that you have, your option 3 is only 5.5 and the others are 6 I mean, they have that question. And the reason why is because we tried to do increments of quarters. And so if you add a quarter to that third option and it goes to 875, it pops it up into the 7 million range. And so that's why we kept it at the 850 so you guys can see that. And he is right. I've even seen on checks, why the 5 cents? And you're like, sorry. Any questions on this?
Just an observation, really. Like I understand the world, everything that's going up around there. And I'm a heavy user of the Oregon state parks, right outside of the jurisdiction here. But it's been $30, right? And now effective January 1st, it's $60, right? So I think there's precedent out there from other state agencies that a fee increase is required to maintain the services and what we hope to benefit from recreation.
Yeah.
Right, and looking at it from the perspective of a lot of the people that I talk to, we're constantly saying the Marine Board is a user pay, user get back. And I know a lot of folks that I know would be rather upset to be paying more and losing the potential to have, we know that our facilities grants are oversubscribed. And so for losing buying power, they're going to be even more oversubscribed. And we know that in a lot of places, people would like to see more law enforcement. And if we're cutting that, it's going to be less service hours of law enforcement. So, option 3 to me, well, fiscally, to the voter, it's going to seem cheaper. It's really going to be more expensive.
Yes.
Let's speak also on behalf of, for coming in, mentioned state parks, which totally get that. Local governments are huge partners, whether it's your county sheriffs or your cities or your county facilities as well. And all of those levels of government are going through the same pain that state agencies are going through. And they're feeling that compression issue from inflation, right, with their budgets. And if we cut back on those services, I think even a 5% cut could be a tipping point for a lot of those providers and law enforcement agencies that they just step outside of the game, and we'll see more than a 5% impact on enforcement and on the facilities. I would hate to see that because I think, many years this agency's been around. We've got really nice facilities around the state because of this agency, and we've got really nice enforcement in the state because of this agency. certainly don't want to go back 10, 15 years in that regard.
Yeah.
Law enforcement agencies also help with compliance with registration.
Yep.
So removing more of them won't help that possible income source as well.
And the water safety side of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Many of the marine sheriffs are the ones that are responding to any boat related safety. And that is a huge aspect that we need to
For sure.
These will all be great talking points when we move forward.
Right.
So we wanted to show you, you know, if you have a boat that's 10 foot, 15 foot, and 25 foot, just so you guys can see. So here's the old fee, and then here's under the different options. One thing I want to point out is this is a 2-year fee. So it may seem like, oh, you know, to somebody looking in on it from the outside, you think, oh my gosh, but this is a 2-year fee. So it's not horrible. It's doable, but like you said, I mean, what do you get back? Because we turn around and give so much back into the communities. So you can obviously see all the different fees, you know, like a 10-foot boat will go to 105.50. Option 2, it'll go to 98, and then option 3 would go to 93. So
That slide right there tells it all for me in regards to the impacts of a 7.5% cut to law enforcement facilities, that a 25-foot boat owner would save $15 a year.
Right.
That's,
Yeah.
If, and there is many levels, as I explained at the very beginning, that we have to go through to get a fee increase. Obviously, we have to work with the CFO office, governor's office, and then it has to go through the legislative process. If at any point that is killed, what we're gonna have to do is a budget package, budget reduction package. And this is what it would look like. I just wanted to show this because it's pretty dramatic. You would be looking at about an 18% reduction to law enforcement and facilities, which is huge. That's what you guys were just talking about. What would we be losing out there by not having this fee increases? So, and this is just obviously, again, we're always trying to get to that, you know, right bottom amount of 3-month operating costs. So that's what we were trying to shoot for. So just to kind of show you guys, because obviously this is going to be a long process, and obviously meet with the public. We're already slated to start heading out and meet with them in the fall. So just letting you guys know. So I did this as kind of just a more of informational. If anybody thinks, hey, what do other states charge? Because I saw they did this last time and I thought, oh, this is a great idea. I wish it was a little bigger. But I wanted to show, obviously with having Washington, Idaho, California around our state, I wanted you to see what it looks like. And I used AI to help me with some of this, just to let you know. And so you kind of see that you think, okay, this is for a lifetime, what they consider a lifetime 12-year ownership of a boat. And we broke it down into the 12-foot, 16-foot, and the 23-foot. And at first you think, okay, just registration is like, wow, maybe it's a little bit more. And I was using the 975, by the way. This is the full standard fee increase that we had talked about, the option 1. You may think, okay, that's a little bit more. But over the lifespan or the 12-year, we came in considerably lower, if not right in the thick of it. Now, one thing I want to be cautious of is this middle category is the sales, use, and excise tax. So in certain states, they have sales tax when you're buying a boat that you have to pay for. Use taxes, if you buy it third party or out of state, you're bringing it back to like Washington, you have to pay that use tax. And then excise tax is actually in Washington, it is 0.05% of your boat. Every year is paid for that excise tax, and that's for 16 foot and over. So that's every year. Now, the caveat is not all of those fees are obviously going to recreational boating. A sales tax doesn't go just to recreational boating. However, it still shows the total ownership for those boats. And so you can obviously see the right-hand column is where it shows that pretty much Oregon is the lowest overall, just to let you know. And that's with that full fee increase of the 975. So just to let you know.
we have seen that excise tax is a big piece, and it's interesting. I know in the last fee increase in 2018, there'd be some online fights over fees. And somebody from Washington wouldn't realize it wasn't a Washington discussion, and they'd say like, I already paid $3,000 a year and they're gonna charge me more. And then all the Oregon people are like, whoa, yeah, that's not what we're paying, right? So, but it's a different, but we also want to acknowledge it's just different ways. State governments all pay for themselves different ways, and the other states have chosen to pay for themselves differently. So it's a tough apples to apples comparison, but it's just at least if I owned a boat in Washington or Idaho, what would it cost me to own it relative to what the state's going to take from me?
So that's what I have. What I need from the board is, and I'm gonna go back up just so it's all right in front of you. It's kind of a framework of what you guys are looking for. Obviously, I have to submit something in April of what that would look like. So, questions?
Is that submission before or after our next meeting? Do we have to decide on this today?
If you can give me a framework, what I can do is I'll submit it as that, and then if we need to tweak it, or if we need to meet even before then, if we need some, I don't know if it's an emergency board meeting or something, if we need that, or if you give me a good framework, I'll submit it, and then if we need to tweak it in April, at the end of April, we can probably work that out.
I think that's fair, that if we leave today generally knowing about where you want to land, or if there's other scenarios you want us to do that, we give Christy what she needed. And then at the April board meeting is when we'd be saying, okay, this is getting pretty close to where we need to be able to start telling the system what the reality the agency's going to want to submit is. So you should have another chance to make a final decision, but we want to be directionally correct when we leave today, so that we work on something that we don't bring back in April and you all say, what are you bringing back to us?
Yeah. It seems like based on what we already talked about, none of us are really excited about an idea to cut law enforcement or facilities. We agree on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Could you go to slide 17 or 18, please? Just the next thing. Because in my mind, so as the director Warren knows, and some of the others, like I run a business in the private sector, right? And so when I see a price increase and how I instruct my team, right, is and I see the 950 and the 975, and just from a private perspective, right, like if this was my team, I'd be like round it up to 10, right? Go what we call go ugly early, right? You're not ever going to be able to reduce it, right? And then if you're going to increase it, make sure to capture everything, because if you need to increase it again, that's where you're going to run into heavy resistance. And when I look at this, right, I think that the impact of just rounding it to 10 and going to that, in option one would be relatively minimal to the customer, right? And then, knowing what the boats cost, and some of those boats are $250,000 to $350,000 once you get into that 25-foot segment, right? That guy is not going to. It's a rounding error for him, because he's going to buy that boat regardless, right? And so that's where in my mind I would say push it and make sure to capture all the fees that we need, so that we can go further out into the future without having to revisit and try and push another cost increase. So that's just my perspective.
I think that's a good point. I want to ask Steve a question, because you've been in facilities managing for a while. My perception in a lot of places in my life has been on the West Coast entirely. When you hit these places where we don't have enough money to maintain something and we let it deteriorate beyond kind of its usable life, there's often a tendency, once it gets to a point when you actually maybe can get money to rebuild it, you say, it's trash, we're done with it. Let's go invest in a better facility that we already have. So we might actually run the risk of not only letting facilities deteriorate, but actually losing some facilities.
Yeah, I would just liken it to all the statewide conversation right now, transportation, right? It's the same thing, it's an asset. Maintaining that asset is far cheaper for you and for future generations than rebuilding or replacing that asset when it fully deteriorates. I mean, on the cost of pavement, to tenfold factor. Every dollar you spend on maintaining it is $10 you can spend on replacing it later on down. So I'm always a big fan of, let's make sure our partners are funded to be able to maintain these facilities. Yeah, but yeah, for that reason, I hear Member Cunningham's advice, and I tend to agree with that as far as rounding up. But I'm also very sensitive to, position that Oregonians are in right now, in the sense that, where we just saw what happens when maybe you go a little big, right? And it gets preferred and you don't get anything. And it ends up going backwards for you. You have to deal with that for a long time. So I appreciate Christie's effort in finding a solution in option one that meets our need of that targeted ending fund balance, but also is very explainable to residents of, hey, voters, we tried our best to keep every penny and every nickel down as much as we possibly can. And here's where we landed on. I think that it's a very explainable, solid solution to legislators and to voters as you guys make your tour around. And I guess the only other thing I would say is, there, in my personal opinion, there's a lot of government agencies amongst all levels of government that can make cuts. And I think we should always look at cuts before we ask to constituents to pay more. In this regard, I just think that this agency has a lot of room to make cuts. I think any cuts this agency makes is going to have tangible impacts on voters. I think the very strong portion of every dollar this agency receives, the voters see either on the water body or as they're getting on and off the water body. So I feel confident that we can explain that to voters, and I think we have voters trust in that regard. So I'm a proponent of option one.
Yeah, anything to say?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it from a bunch of different angles. I completely see the idea behind rounding it up to $10, because that does impact the bottom line. I also see it from the perspective of like myself and how old I am and the cost of things being expensive, and I still love going on the water. And the fact that I have a boat, my boat is not $250,000, but it's I have a 28-foot sailboat, and just thinking about usability and still being able to maintain that bottom line to the goal, without making it so, it's a bigger impact and one of the bigger things, because, some people are going to look at it and be like, oh, with the 10-foot boat or your 15-foot boat, like $150, okay, that's not, so much. If you get bigger, you're like $250 plus, it adds up very quickly. I mean, everybody knows the boat is bring out another 1,000, but at the same time, if I see both sides. People that really want to recreate on the water are going to recreate on the water, whether that be a $20 or $30 difference if you already have a boat, but somebody who we want to also get more people on the water with boats, and they're not always the super expensive boats. So that's I know that's not a very definitive answer, but just with my age and the cost of life and what I see, I think that by sticking with the option that will get you to the target at this point in time isn't a bad thing. Would you be able to adjust any of these things later on, or once that this direction is set and this is the projected increase? Like, I know it's been, like you said, almost 13 years since there was an increase. If 2 years down the road, everybody's like, for lack of a better term, drowning in the cost of the budget and everything, can it be revisited and be like, well, we really do need to increase it, or is that too much administration stuff?
Oh, we can always go back at it for the next biennium for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, it's kind of easy to see with the numbers, how much $10 would increase it. I think it could be done either way. It just, if you go with the more expensive option, it really needs to be ironed out and described to the user of this is why it is this much. But when we're talking about 25 cents a foot, it's also like, how much do we get stuck in the weeds? So.
And something that you mentioned came back to something we were talking about a couple of years ago of the aging of the boating population. How do we get younger people into it? And how do we get younger people into not just paddleboarding and kayaking and that sort of stuff, but like real boats, moorable boats, trailable boats. The other issue kind of thinking about is like, well, I like the whole thing of like go big first. There's an awful lot of organizations, including yours. I don't know if you guys have launches for your programs, like coaching launches, but $20, $50 to some of the nonprofits, that is kind of a big deal. So, $50 a year increase to register their coaching launches, and they have 3 or 4 coaching launches. That's a couple hours of coaching. That could be a new piece of actual functional equipment for their athletes. For some of the programs that we fund, that's a lunch for every participant in the program. So I'm kind of leaning towards one as it is, just because thinking about some of those users we want to keep as users that we don't necessarily always think about in the front.
To add on that, yes, it's true. And that's where, we're looking at like, okay, 25 cents here and breaking it down. But like within an organization, you're still, and unless things go completely sideways, we're still going to have a minimum safety requirement. And, still going to need to run X amount of boats, or, an individual is likely going to have a boat to the point where it becomes unaffordable. And so I think that's what we're, discussing here and talking about the aging out of people that are, purchasing registration and purchasing new boats and all that. I think it's a unique balancing point because, for example, people are in my generation coming up into a place where hopefully perhaps in the next, 5-10 years, they can buy nicer boats and all of that. But then also maybe towards, some generations that have boats won't be getting newer boats, or I don't mean to keep talking about it on and on, but just finding that balance of, we're going to run a minimum of boats for the number of safety participants that we have, and like looking at organizations or nonprofits, you have your budget and it counts for lunches and running boats and all that stuff, and we're frankly seeing price increases across the board. So no matter what hat you seem to put on, things are getting more expensive. And that's an unfortunate reality for the world that we live in. So trying to figure out ways to combat that. I think the fact that you're even presenting different options of how do we limit the impact on the user is not only admirable, but the right thing to do. But at the same time, like it's an agency here that needs to function so people can go out and use the waterways and use them safely. I don't know.
It'd be an interesting study to do, but just visually in our facilities, a good majority of the people using our facilities are fixed income. So public, right? Social Security, et cetera, just out there fishing for the day, themselves, their spouse or their grandkids. And so I'm just always sensitive to that, sensitive to the fact that these have increased to get into the park. So yeah, you're paying more to do that, but you're also going to $10 to get into a state park, or $6 for some of your local parks. So those fees just add up. I think whether we're looking at fees in our own system that we manage in my day job or any fees, I think best practice is just to always go with the least amount that you can do to achieve the objective. Seems like that would achieve the objective.
I would just note here that, I really appreciate this discussion because it helps us as a board. This is exactly why you all are here, to bring all your perspectives in, and it makes our job easy because I think it's important for the public to hear you all expressing. And Member Cunningham, I laugh because always where you're at. I always kind of tell Christy, like, the numbers is your problem. I'm instantly like thinking about how I'm going to sit across from the legendary Jack Glass at a town hall and explain to him why his voting registrations are going to be what they're going to be. Or if I'm sitting at the Capitol explaining to a legislator why we're choosing a fee over a fee, it's the messaging. And, Member Lambert got there a little bit too. One of the great things about Marine Board is we do good work. So it's easy for us to talk about that, but people are price conscious. So I really appreciate the discussion you all are having. I think that's helpful for us and the public to see that you're thinking about it and thinking about all your different perspectives.
So do we have a consensus direction for Christie? I guess that's
option one.
Yeah, option one.
I would go with option
one. Same here.
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thank
All
you,
right.
you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so our next item is the Don Lumley property.
Said like 25, 30 minutes. If you want to try to read some, and it would probably be pretty quick.
Okay.
When we're in there.
Okay.
So for the record, I'm Janine Black, the Boating Facilities Program Manager and Tribal Liaison for the agency. This is just an informational about the disposal of the Don Lumley property on the Osseo River. Not very often stuff like this happens. Property was acquired with grant funds. The county does not want to develop it as a motorized launch. They have obtained a private donation to purchase the property from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. They have not disclosed what they would like to do with the property other than not to have a motorized boat launch. And for our grant agreement, we are going to terminate it, and they will be reimbursing us our grant funds. 100%. Our grants do not allow depreciation. The property appraisal did come in less than what it was originally purchased. That seems a little weird. But I believe a lot of that is because of changes with wetland determinations and sensitive habitat. There's less of this acreage that is developable. And I think that weighed in on some of the appraisal aspect of it, as well as changes with FEMA floodplain. This is submerged, so it has less value. A home can't be developed on the property. So, but we get our full grant amount back, regardless of what the appraisal came in. I did want to let the board have kind of some background, some history of everything that had gone through. When the property was secured, there was a lot of support. We had public meetings. Motorized boaters and paddlers alike were very supportive of having this to help split up the river. In subsequent public meetings, that sentiment had changed, and I believe a lot of it was because it was allowed to be opened up as a day use park. It is an extremely popular dog walking park, and I think that weighed in on some of this decision, but I wanted to let the board know we will be invoicing them. The county will be reimbursing us. And as part of that, we will release our interest, our grant interest on the property. It does still have to go through the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's commission. They're tentatively going to have this brought to their commission in April and receive guidance from their commission on this as well.
So question. So we get our $73,000 back.
Yes.
Do we have to go through some kind of process to reincorporate that money back in our budget so that we could respend it in this current biennium?
It goes into miscellaneous revenue. And so it just becomes money at the agency. It's not targeted to facilities or law enforcement, it's just miscellaneous revenue. Whether it can be respent this biennium comes down to limitation issues, but it will come back to the agency at some point.
Do you have an idea of that timeline?
It really depends how much revenue, right? The legislature says you get to spend this amount of money, but if we only earn this amount of money, that's where we're at. If we earn this amount of money, that difference goes into our budget part, and we can't spend that difference.
If you think about limitation is permission to spend. So we're another fund agency, which means we need permission and cash versus a general fund agency that just needs permission. We have plenty of permission that we won't run out of limitation for this fight. If for some reason we did, and this was 73,000 we didn't have, there's a process we could go ask for some extra permission limitation to spend, but I don't think we'll need that. So to drop to the bottom line, improve our starting balance next time, and we'll still be able to spend what we anticipated spending this time.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
So we're going to take an item out of order here because the Brian's thing is going to be probably, what did you say, 25 to 40 minutes?
Yeah.
So Brian, we're going to have you do the first one after lunch. I think you're, it was on.
I'll let him.
Okay, great. So we're going to do the Anna Reservoir petition.
Good morning, Chair Jackson, Vice Chair Lambert, members of the State Marine Board, Director Warren. I'm Phil Hedsmith. I am your boating policy and environmental coordinator. I'm on Alan's team here at the Marine Board. I'm here to talk to you about Anna Reservoir and the petition that we received from the Summer Lake Irrigation District. Anna Reservoir is in Lake County and is about halfway between LaPine and Lakeview. It is the Summer Lake Irrigation District owns the reservoir. It is described as being between 60 and 70 acres. Reservoir is, from all the comments that I've been able to read on it, it's available to motorboats for about 5.5 months out of the year. The Summer Lake Irrigation District is requesting a slow, no wake for the entire water body. Their sites, reasons for citing this is primarily concerns for boating safety, saying that because of the size of the water body being narrow, that there are could be potential impacts between paddlers, anglers, and people that are there to recreate with a motorboat there. And so it has become popular with people with the towboats, ski boats, so whether pulling tubes or skiers, and with personal watercraft, so like jet skis there. I did speak with the proprietor of the lodge at Summer Lake, and he says they do have people that travel to that area to recreate on that water body. The other reason that the Summer Lake Irrigation District is requesting the slow no wake for the entire water body is their concern for bank erosion, and saying that the boats that they're seeing now on the water body are larger and they're producing more of a wake and having a greater impact on the overall the bank erosion there. We had open comment for this, so we accepted the petition that we received in October. The month of December was open for public comments. We received 5 public comments. Of the 5, all of them were in support of the ban. I would note that 3 of the people that provided public comment on that at the time had identified themselves as not residing in Lake County. More recently, we've had open comment. We received an additional number of open comments. The majority of the people that did comment on this petition were from Lake County, and the majority of them are not, they do not want this petition to go forward. They're supportive of keeping things as they are there. If you look at the information that I provided in your board packet there, you can see Anna Reservoir up here with a red dot. To the south of it is Summer Lake. And then all the blue dots represent water bodies that are in the area. Most of those water bodies have restrictions. They're currently on the Marine Board OARs, Oregon Administrative Rules. There are rules and restrictions on 13 water bodies. Most of the water bodies that are adjacent to a reservoir are not acceptable to motorboats. They either go dry during the summer, or they're just suitable for paddle sports there. If you were in the area and you didn't have access to a reservoir, you'd have to travel likely 80 to 100 miles to find for another water body. You either travel all the way up to Wickiup or down to Drew Reservoir. And so there are very limited options in that region for being able to operate a motorboat. I did have an opportunity to speak with the Lake County Sheriff's Office Marine deputy, that area. He did state that they're spending more time at the reservoir, but he has not noted any conflicts between paddlers, anglers, and motorboat users there. And that they're even adding a second life jacket loaner station there. It is, from what I understand, a bit of a destination for people to fill a boat to and ski or recreate. There are fish, Fish and Wildlife. They put these fish that are called stripers? Wipers, thank you, sorry. And so people travel to go fish for wipers in that area. And so the proprietor of the lodge at Summer Lake, he said that, yeah, they see a lot of people that bring boats down just to take advantage of that reservoir. Yes. So with all that, staff is recommending that you do not accept this petition, to put rules in place on this water body based on the comments that have been provided for us. We do want to note, and maybe Member Cunningham can add to this, being over in Central Oregon, and that one of the comments was about bank erosion, and this area is well known for how the wind comes up in the afternoon. And even in the petition from the Summer Lake Irrigation District, they did note that wind is driving a lot of any of the erosion they're seeing. So again, staff recommends not moving forward with this petition. Happy to answer any of your questions I have.
Any questions for Phil?
I have one. Sure. The 4 to 5 months a year, is that just when you're physically able to go there because it gets low or frozen in the winter?
Yeah, they draw it down.
Okay, so then you can't even, okay.
Yeah.
Have we ever received a petition for any rulemaking on this water body before?
Vice Chair Lambert, thank you for your question. No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Are these the wiper fish? Are they anywhere else in the state?
Thank you for your question, Member Wild. Not that I'm aware of, and the information I found on this comes directly from Oregon Fish and Wildlife's website.
So it's a specific fish that they create for this specific lake.
When I first heard about this, I assumed it was bass fishermen would be the fishing in that area, and then I learned all about these wipers as well, and I thought, well, that sounds interesting. Maybe someday I'll have to swing down through there. But ODFW, they do some of these hybrid mixes places, but typically they got to make sure they're places they're not going to get out into anything else. So I would be surprised if they've got these somewhere else, but maybe.
I couldn't find out any other information on the wall.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be fun to go catch some. Something people need to visit Lake County. Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the other unique things about this water body, it's very deep. And so in comparison to the other surrounding water bodies, which go dry during the summer, this one is like 80 to 100 feet in the center from what I've been told.
Fishing for wipers predominantly happens from motorboats, not just along the shore.
Information, thank you for your question, Member Wild. From what I understand, it can happen both, but primarily from boats there. And, I did speak with individuals saying, yeah, people will go and park out in the middle of the reservoir to fish for wipers there, and it might impact people that would be pulling a tube, somebody jet skiing, what have you.
And there's a history of powerboating on this waterway.
Yes.
With no noted conflicts or safety issues, at least according to law enforcement.
Yes, sir, that is correct. And so when I spoke to the deputy last month.
A few of the last couple that I read, it just came in, it said that the locals were kind of surprised that the petition even existed.
Member Mesa, yes, that is correct. The Summer Lake Irrigation District put forward this request to the Marine Board. The Marine Board, we followed our protocol as far as in putting the information out there. Information was provided to the local periodical, the Lake County Examiner,
Okay.
And to all interested parties. We believe that the newspaper didn't run it there, so a lot of individuals were finding out about it when the Summer Lake Irrigation District's board met, and they brought it up at that point, and then just by word of mouth from individuals there. As I've mentioned a couple times, the proprietor of the lodge at Summer Lake, he's been in contact with me several times, and he's definitely been trying to, drum up community interest about this issue because they were not aware of it.
Just making sure we did everything we could, that, hey, this is a petition that.
Yes, sir, we followed our normal protocols, and it's been on our website, et cetera, so.
I believe.
And remember, I think, I want to be careful how I say this. We absolutely followed our process on all our public noticings. I think some of the angst is that some people don't feel like the petitioner followed what they should have done in terms of basically noticing. So for us, it was a complete petition and we followed our process. If in their local community, they didn't do what they would consider to be their normal community vetting before an entity petitioned a state agency, I suspect they'll work that out as a community and whatever way makes sense to them. But I do think that they're aware of it now, and we are. I think if we did another round of who's interested, we'd hear probably more people that were against the petition, would be my guess.
And to follow with Director Warren's comments, that is indeed some things that I was hearing from people that were in the community. There are people that are members of the Summer Lake Irrigation District, but not on the board, and they found out after the board's decision to petition. So such as farmers, ranchers, they draw out of the irrigation district.
But I guess from my perspective, since this is a water body that powerboating has historically been occurring on, never had a petition or any knowledge of any issues in the past on this. And I think we should always, rather than putting restrictions in place right off the bat, we should always be working towards education, throwing a few signs out there with the local operators and whatnot to give them a heads up on, hey, this type of behavior might be more appropriate for this water body, whatever it takes. And compounding that with the sense that if we did make any kind of, if we did follow through with the petition's request, it would have a pretty significant impact on power boaters out there. It sounds like they're having to drive some pretty long distances to recreate in their chosen form. So I would be, leaning towards denying the petition. And
I also think that, given what the lodge owner and some of the businesses down there, I mean, if we were to take larger motorboating off of that lake, it would have an economic impact because they're not big businesses, they're not big resorts. And, losing a few clients is a big deal for them. So I also am leaning against.
And oh, please.
I was just gonna ask if you had a rough idea of how many motorboat users there are in this lake throughout the year.
No, thank you for your question. Well, no, I don't have that information, but I did have a chance to speak with Brian Paulson and Priscilla about getting the boating safety advocates down there this summer, and they will put this water body on their route, so to speak, and just work on that boater education and just helping to make sure that we are working with our law enforcement partners, but also helping educate the boating public and avoiding conflict on that water body.
So with what I've heard, I'd like to make a motion that we deny the petition for rulemaking on Anna Reservoir.
A second.
Third.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of denying the petition on Anna Reservoir? Say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Jennifer, are the lunches here? Okay, so we are going to move to our direct review item and have lunch and do our executive session. So at this point, the Oregon State Marine Board will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660, section 2, subsection I, to discuss the agency director's annual review. Representatives of the news media and designated staff will be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience will not be allowed in the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decisions may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session. The Teams live stream will show a screen indicating that we are in executive session, and we will remove it once we have returned to the room.
For members of the public, we're going to go to a different room, so you're more than welcome to hang out here.
Citations.
It's where Brian Priscilla could tell some jokes if they know any.
I just got the one.
Iowa,
Trying not to.
We can hear everything here.
why are fish so smart?
They live in schools.
Swim in school.
So Jennifer, we're live.
Yes.
Okay, we are back from executive session and we are now in open session again. Per ORS 192.660 subsection 6, no decisions were made during the executive session. And we are now moving on to item F, the voting safety team update.
Chair
Brian
Jackson.
Paulson.
Thank you, Chair Jackson, members of the board. For the record, I'm Brian Paulson, the voting safety manager for your Oregon State Marine Board and the voting law administrator for the state of Oregon. Today, co-presenting with me, I have Priscilla Macy Cruiser, who's the voting safety advocate program coordinator. And before I get going with the voting safety section update, I just want to do a quick overview of the things that we're going to cover. We're going to look at statutorily directed activities of the voting safety program. We're going to look at federal requirements and more specifically what's required of our RVS or recreational voting safety grant for the U.S. Coast Guard. We're going to look at the structure just real high level in the voting safety section. We're going to look at performance monitoring on what is the largest program in the agency and more specifically agency budget. And then Priscilla is going to present on the voting safety advocate program. The voting safety policy reads that it's a policy of the state to promote voting safety for persons and property and connected with the use, operation, and equipment of votes and promote uniformity laws. This is really a foundational piece of statute for the voting safety program. This is really the why of what we do in voting safety. And the piece for me is really the promote. And promote is a combination of education and enforcement. We often say education through enforcement. And much of that's because a lot of the voter safety compliance checks that we do across the state, less than 2% generally result in some type of citation. So it's a whole lot of education that is done through law enforcement. This was a piece of statute created in 1959, so the establishment of the agency, and really is the why of what we do in voting safety. And then breaking it down with education and enforcement. Enforcement has 3 key statutes, and that the sheriff of each county and all other peace officers shall be responsible for the enforcement of voting laws, and that will make contracts necessary to carry out those provisions. Our agency currently makes contracts with 30 sheriff offices and Oregon State Police in which we advise and assist in the enforcement of voting laws. And the advise and assist piece is that we provide the training to Marine law enforcement. We have our Marine Law Enforcement Academy, our drift boat, jet boat, SRT, PWC courses. Those are all trainings that we provide through our Marine law enforcement partners. We also assist in the procurement of patrol boats and equipment for carrying out the voting safety mission in Marine law enforcement. There is the piece on the allocation to each county that can be tied to the statute related to the voting survey and other components that looks at the voting use per county and what it would take to relate enforcement to that use in that county. And then education, this is really the part that I get excited about. We've seen education, start in 1959 where we publicize the advantage of safe voting. That's all the informational materials that we provide. We also publish and distribute regulatory information, and that's things that are actually in law. And so we take both of those together and we produce things like our Experience Oregon Voting. So the agency has not published Experience Oregon Voting since 2017. 2026, we have really one resource for all voters. It is bilingual, so English on this side, you flip it over, Spanish on this side, and it goes through. It's something we're very proud of. We have a lot of rack cards that have been in circulation and really just trying to reduce the amount of print material we have. So when we go to trade shows that we really have one resource for all voters. And the other piece that is exciting, last year, we celebrated 25 years of our mandatory voting safety education. And that was created in 1999 by the legislature and has really been instrumental in the reduction of incidents and fatalities on motorized voting.
And then federal requirements. This comes to us from the Federal Voting Act of 1958, in which really the simplest way to explain it is the state voting laws have to be non-contradictory to the federal voting laws, and so they have to be uniform. And so not only is it a federal requirement, it's also a requirement of our recreational voting safety grant that we maintain with the U.S. Coast Guard. And in that RVS grant, there's 5 different requirements that we have to have as a program. One is the vessel numbering system, so really how we register boats. And that's a very specific system that's approved by the Department of Homeland Security. Then we also have to have a cooperative agreement or MOU with the U.S. Coast Guard. Basically, that MOU says what the Coast Guard will do, what the state will do, and how we'll interact with each other. Says we must have sufficient patrol and enforcement of boating laws. That's where our marine law enforcement program comes in. Then adequate boating safety education program. That is going back to, the promoting safe boating, that informational and regulatory information we put out there to the boating public. And then an accident reporting system. We track incidents through the boat accident reporting database, which is a U.S. Coast Guard database. I would offer it. It's extremely antiquated, but it's something that we're required to do. Any questions regarding the statutorily directed activities?
Very quickly, so you were mentioning the reporting through the Coast Guard system that's horribly antiquated. I would assume that we also have our own database of that's much easier accessible and easier to get information out of.
Chair Jackson, we have a state reporting form that we utilize that has to have very specific elements that are a federal requirement. We don't have our own system because we have to enter it into the federal system. So to not duplicate work, we essentially take what we receive for marine law enforcement or the boating public on the public facing report and enter it into that system. We have considered some type of technology where we could bring, a PDF into, like a CSV file and then put it into the Coast Guard system, but there's no way for us to interact with that federal system at this time. I will say that among the 56 states and territories that have RVS grants, we are all very vocal to the Coast Guard on what a time drain their system is. And so it's something we continue to vocalize. And I would say that I think at some point it'll be modernized, but it takes 1 year for state work, takes a decade for federal work. So going over boating safety section structure, I have one employee staff, I have 12 team members. There's really three groups, teams. I have law enforcement, that's contracts, training, education, our marine law enforcement partners. We have over 100 boats that we maintain and do the repairs and procurement of to support 30 counties. We have waterway obstruction program, waterway markers, waterway marker permits, special use device permits, marine event permitting, boat and equipment procurement specific to law enforcement activities, and then special emphasis patrols that we help facilitate and provide the lodging on. In addition to law enforcement, it's greatly tied into education. That's the mandatory boating education card, towed water sports, boating safety education materials that are beyond mandatory education, boating safety advocates, the boating incident reporting, instructor training. When I say instructor training, that is more specifically we teach the public mandatory boating education classroom course materials. Now that instructor pool has gotten smaller over time, and that's really what we'll talk about a little bit later on BSAs coming in the line of things. But we do train people to facilitate free classroom materials for the mandatory boating education card, and then life jacket learner stations. Now the outfitter guide program lies within the boating safety section. It is quite candidly a very robust program with a lot of dynamics. I won't dive deep into the outfitter guide program within this presentation today, but if the board ever wanted to have a presentation that looked at an overview of the program, you definitely offer that up. But the outfitter guide program registers guides, charter guides, charter boats, which is 7+ passengers or higher, inspected passenger vessels, crew members, register for the non-resident hunt tag program. We have a very specific compliance program with Oregon State Police and the SIU investigations, and then we also facilitate the guide advisory committee. Any questions regarding the boating safety structure?
I have one question on the law enforcement end of things. I know, or at least I think I remember, us making some changes to how we manage the patrol boat fleet, in recent years. How is that managed now? The board owns the fleet and gets it back when the sheriffs deem them not usable, or is that correct?
Yeah, Member Lambert, we have a pretty robust fleet ranking system, and so our lifespan of a marine law enforcement boat is 20 years. If it's a personal watercraft, it's 10 years. We have an annual inspection program that we do that helps with that fleet ranking. Sometimes boats, especially when the waterway complexity of the rivers, right? A boat that's doing patrol on a lake is going to probably have a little bit less abuse than a boat that's on the upper Road River or the Road River in general. And so we do that inspection. It has very specific matrix, and we utilize that for the order in which we replace boats.
But the ownership piece, Brian, describe us out the lien.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't hit on that section. So the Marine Board is the lien holder on all the boats that we support. And so that's a very specific piece in boat ownership that's in the contract. So the Marine Board is the lien holder. Generally speaking, the Marine Board provided the majority, if not all, the funding on that specific boat procurement. And then now, say a boat gets to its useful life cycle of 20 years, generally, as we're buying a new boat, we donate that boat to the county, which they then sell it, and they take that money from the sale of the boat and they put it towards their new boat procurement. The loophole there is if we put it through state surplus, our agency would never see a dime. So that's our way of making sure that.
Thank you.
And then I wanted to do a really quick dive on some performance monitoring, and a lot of this is part of the report that we're required to provide to the U.S. Coast Guard to maintain our RBS grant. What's interesting in boating safety, we work in federal fiscal years, we work in state fiscal year, we work in biennium, we work in calendar year, and so it is sometimes very tough to distinguish between those. When we go forward through here, as I'm referencing the FY 24-25, that's the federal fiscal year 24-25. So that would have been October 1st of 2024 through September 30th of 2025, for example. It can get real complicated, especially as I deal with like KPMs, which is a totally different reporting period. So I just wanted to make sure we're clear that this is federal fiscal year when we talk about the actual fiscal years. So one of the things we look at is the total number of marine law enforcement positions that we actually have active during that fiscal year. And if you look over the last 3 federal fiscal years, there's been a 32% decrease in the total number of marine law enforcement officers. And as you can look across that bar graph that I have, blue indicates full-time marine patrol and the orange indicates seasonal. So we have a lot of programs that are seasonal in nature. And we also have a lot of programs that are full-time, and you can see both those categories of officers has decreased over time. I would anticipate that in fiscal year 26, or excuse me, fiscal year 25-26, we'll also see that continue to decrease. And there's also been a 21% decrease in the total number of marine law enforcement hours, and those are actual contract hours. So even though we sign a contract and they project this amount of hours, that actual number in that 21% decrease is the actual contract hours that were reimbursed.
I have a quick question about that. Since the Marine Board were decreasing the funding for that, do counties make up for that at times and pay for the law enforcement officers to continue doing any of the marine law enforcement at times?
Member Messett, I understand the question. So for example, the reduction that we just had with marine law enforcement contracts during the current fiscal year that we're in, I would say the majority of programs did not match that money back. So like
say we reduced 10,000, that program didn't add an additional 10,000. Their agency reduced some line item, and typically it was patrol hours that are completed for the Marine Board. So they weren't backfilling the shortcomings of what we were allocating on that federal fund level. And just kind of preamble, I will talk about match here in about 3 or 4 slides and talk about it a little bit. So voter examination reports, compliance checks, voter contacts, also what you hear, those are something you'll hear thrown around the voting safety program, law enforcement program often. A couple of reasons. One, compliance checks are really the main deliverable that we get from Marine law enforcement in regards to some type of measurable. It also is tied to our key performance measures that we report to the legislature, more specifically compliancy. It's also tied to our reporting to the U.S. Coast Guard. So over the last 3 federal fiscal years, there's been a 46% increase in the total number of Marine law enforcement compliance checks. And for those that are newer to the board, we implemented an electronic vote examination report system in 2023. We piloted in 2022. We've won an international ArcGIS award on it. It is truly the single greatest factor on why we have such a large increase of voter compliance checks. It reduces an excessive amount of burden, more specifically administrative burden of law enforcement and just paper work. And so by leveraging technology, we have made law enforcement much more efficient on the water and completing compliance checks. In addition to being more efficient, we also gain a whole lot of GIS data that's like at our fingertips. And we can do patrol strategies, we can look at compliance, we can sit there on dashboards and I can filter out just about every combination. Anything.
Brian, when we were talking about the Rogue River last year, you had some maps up there with red dots, green dots, and talked about that. My understanding is that where that came from, was that program, correct?
It really was correct. And I know that I've used that data to help analyze things on the Upper Rogue River for Allen as well.
Yeah, that was very useful.
And looking at calendar year 2025, so we're going to step away from the federal fiscal year and look at calendar year. So 2025 was the single record year for compliance checks in Oregon. Our law enforcement partners completed 49,317, which 65% of those compliance checks are non-motorized boats. If you look at a 10-year trend, that's about average. We see about 60% compliance checks being non-motorized. And so in 2025, 35% of the contacts are compliance checks by law enforcement are actually motorized boats. And that specific number, last year, we saw really for the first time there'd be less non-motorized than the 60%. And a lot of that was due to the amount of motorized boat activity around salmon fishing and the opportunities that were in 2024. One of the really cool things on that bottom graph is it shows the frequency or the number of compliance checks by month, and then it also shows the color coding there of non-motorized versus motorized. It's pretty fascinating. A third of the entire annual contacts completed by Marine law enforcement is in the month of August. If you added June, July, and August, that's 70% of all the compliance checks for the entire year. Now, you know, on the opposite of that, if you went November through February, that's less than 0.5% of the entire contacts for the whole year. So obviously boating, June, July, August is our big months. That's why we have a lot of seasonal Marine law enforcement programs. It is worth noting that one program did 21% of the boater contacts for the entire state. And then if you look at the top 5 programs, when I say top 5 based on the number of boater contacts, they did 61% of the total contacts for the state. And if I look at the top 10 waterways, if I add those up, that's 50% of contacts for the entire state. The waterway that had the most contacts in 2025 was Hattie Lake. And then the one thing from from my mind, and I have a very detailed operational efficiency, tactical numbers driven mind, is reducing the cost of a voter contact to the agency. And so when I came into this position in 2022, I saw the opportunity with the e-burst system, and where we could really make our marine law enforcement partners' job easier with getting rid of some paper, leveraging technology. But on the flip side, it's also made the actual cost of the voter contact to the agency significantly less. So we went from $170 per voter contact down to $113. And so that, you times that across, this last year, 50,000 voter contacts, that's a pretty hefty cost savings. Just throwing it out there in comparison, $113, that's equivalent to the registration revenue of a 19-foot boat. There's a lot of factors when you look at the cost per voter contact, especially across programs. If you look at these, these scatter plots that I put here, you can see really there's no real clear line. We have programs that are extremely efficient, that are doing thousands of voter contacts at a very low dollar value, and then we have programs that are doing very few contacts at a very high dollar value. And that's because there are so many relevant factors. But the one thing to keep in mind is the voter compliance check is really the main measurable that we can do on law enforcement that correlates not only our key performance measures, it goes back to our reporting to the Coast Guard, but it's also what's the most expensive piece of the agency budget in regards to what law enforcement does. And so I just want to point out there's a lot of relevant factors. So you mentioned, member message about like the percent matching funds from a law enforcement agency. We have programs that have zero match to what we provide. We have programs that have 85% match. And so obviously if a program has a high percent match, that's going to lower the cost of the agency. The other piece would be the cost per contract hour. There's a huge spectrum of economic index across the state. We have programs that charge us by hour as little as $35 an hour. We have programs that go up clear to $232 an hour. The average being across 31 programs, $136. So there's a huge economic index. The other piece would be voter density. If I'm on the patrol in the lower Willamette, it's going to be much easier for me to do a high number of voter contacts versus I'm in a high mountain lake that's only got a couple of trout fishermen. I'm only going to do a couple of contacts. And then you factor in my drive time, trailer time, that type of thing. And then also the complexity of the water, right? Flat water, it's going to be a lot easier to do contacts than say the Whitney Gorge. And then also the compliance check type. If I'm doing a motorized compliance check, it should take me a lot longer than going and doing compliance check on a paddler. And then really the point of this slide was to show if you try and make a correlation between the percent matching from a program versus what the cost is of a voter contact to the Marine Board versus what the actual contact cost is. And when I say actual contact, that's extrapolating out what the agency is covering versus what the actual law enforcement agency is covering. And so there is no correlation. We have really high performing programs and we have programs that maybe aren't as high performing. So just want to show there's a wide spectrum. You could not put any kind of correlation to this other than there's really a lot of factors that go into it, but this is the number one thing that we look at day in and day out as a measurable. And then what do we do when we get those voter compliance checks? We look at that. We got life jacket carriage. We look at waterway access permit. We look at registration. We look at sound system device. We look at all those different things that are carriage requirements. We also look at operational violation. If you look at the compliance on the calendar year 2025 voter examination reports, there is 77% compliance. Our key performance measure target is 70%. So in 2025, we were obviously above that measure. The other piece here is less than 2% were citations, approximately 21% were warnings. Our compliance in 2025 was higher than our compliance in 2024. If you look at the compliance percentage by month, which is in that bar graph below, you can see as we get further along in the year, we have more compliant voters. You can see that percentage of compliant voters is higher. A lot of that, if you look at a lot of the violations first part of the year, there's a lot of registration violations we're seeing. So law enforcement's out there enforcing registration violations. You also see a lot of carriage requirement violations in the summertime and those operational. So there really is some trend, and that as law enforcement's out there doing the work throughout the year, we're getting more medical failures. And then in regards to the heat map, this is just a quick snapshot there to the left. I can look a compliance heat map and I can see where citations are, warnings, all that throughout the entire state. And I can do that on any waterway, zoom in, I can click on any citation to see what was going on.
Forgive me for asking, maybe it's on there, but, and I just haven't noticed it. But is that database right there visually like that on the website without like personal information so that Oregonians know exactly how many contact, that's a lot of contact are being made all around the state.
Amber, that is not publicly available information. There is, I don't know what the security level is, but there is some minor, TII in that. And so that is something that's credentialed through our agency staff and through our marine law enforcement partners. Now, if the board was wanting us to do some type of annual report where we could tease out certain data or filter out certain things, or quite candidly talk about how much great work our law enforcement partners do, that would be pretty easy for me to create a report. I create a pretty robust statistical report for the Coast Guard that's required, but I could do something that's more clear and concise for the voting public to understand.
I personally think that would be super beneficial. Like we talked about earlier during the budget discussion, I think the more that public knows what this agency does and what a dollar in this agency gets them, the leverage, with all the match that you're talking about there, just a visual representation of that would be super helpful for them.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Lambert. I appreciate that. Just gonna look high level at some compliance, and if we look at life jacket violations, life jacket violations continue to increase. Over the last 3 years, we've gone from 7.4% to 11.4%, and that's relative to the number of compliance checks. So we know that we've increased our compliance checks, year to year, but the actual percentage of non-compliance has increased for life jacket. And when I go back and sift through all that data, there's really one main contributor to that, and that's really directly related to the number of stand-up paddleboards that are wearing life jackets, or quite candidly, even carrying a life jacket on a stand-up paddleboard. As I dive into that further, in 2025, there is equal number of stand-up paddleboard compliance checks as motorized boats, and that's for the entire state. If you look at overwhelmingly the compliance on life jackets, specifically between stand-up paddleboards, kayaks, and motorized, life jacket violations are 7 times greater for stand-up paddleboards compared to motorized boats, and then 5 times greater for kayaks. And so if you look at stand-up paddleboards, and really, and I'm not going to dive into this presentation, but we've seen a huge increase in incident fatalities. 2025, we had a record number of year for fatalities in stand-up paddleboards. We've seen that trend since 2020. We've ran media reports around it. If you look at a lot of pictures from our BSA education outreach, we're talking about stand-up paddleboards. If you went to the boat show, we had a Sasquatch standing on a stand-up paddleboard talking about paddleboard safety. Like it's a priority for us. We know that it's a challenge and we're tackling it head on. Looking at registration violations and non-compliance, registration violations, they've decreased from 11% to 8%, and that's from 2024 to 2025. I apologize, wrong notes for me. Registration violations decreased from 32% to 16%, and that's relative to the number of compliance checks, and that's across those 3 federal fiscal years. And really the increase in compliance is directly related to individual programs putting emphasis on registration compliance. That's doing dock walks, that's collaborating with morages. There's some programs out there that have done phenomenal work and really made a huge dent in a lot of the non-compliance we have with registration. And then waterway access permits, the non-compliance or violations have decreased from 11% to 8% from 2024 to 2025. I do want to make note that the citations did increase in 2025, 262%. We have some programs that have really amplified the strategy they have on getting compliance for waterway access permits and carriage in the county. And then if I was to give you 3 takeaways for the 2025 boating season, it would be that stand-up paddleboard incident fatalities continue to increase. That can be directly correlated to life jacket violations and, quite candidly, the increase in popularity of that specific boating type. Every big box store, Amazon, it is so easy to get a stand-up paddleboard. It's easy to transport. You can put it in the back of your Mini Cooper. It's one of those things that is not going away, and we have embraced in our education outreach efforts. Registration compliance collectively has improved significantly. There's still isolated areas across the state that registration compliance is an issue. We still have areas of the state that do not emphasize it, and we continue to have those hard conversations with those marine law enforcement programs. And then motorized boating fatalities, they continue to decrease. And this is one thing that's notable, is the life jacket compliance for motorized boaters has gotten much better. And then as I get ready to pass the baton here to Priscilla, just want to do a quick overview of the Boating Safety Advocate program, just because it's gone through a significant evolution the last 6 years. So in 2020, there was a record year of boating fatalities in Oregon. And at that time, we realized that we needed to modernize our approach to education outreach. And really, we were seeing an exponential growth in beginner boaters that really had no direct dialogue with the agency for education outreach. So in 2021, we created this idea of Boating Safety Advocate program. At that time, we contracted with one individual in Curry County, Luke Martinez, who's still a contracted Boating Safety Advocate. And in 2022, we contracted 2 positions, Luke in Curry County, and then an individual in Lane County. 2023, the agency had a policy option package in which we were able to hire 4 seasonals and then the 1 contract position that summer. 2024 came around, we had 5 seasonals that started in May through October. We then introduced a program coordinator to the BSA program later on that year. Still had the 1 contract. And then this last year, which we just completed, we had 4 seasonal positions, program coordinator, and then continue to have the 1 contract. I'd say we're all in 2026. We have, we'll have 1 seasonal, 2 full-time, program coordinator and 1 contract. Really, as we have 1 full-time BSA on our team right now, we are amplifying our interactions with schools. We're getting tooled up to be able to provide boating education to the public statewide, and that's in the classroom. That might be at a boat dealer. It's something that we've been wanting to do. We just did not have the mechanism to do it. The one thing we've learned the last 3 years in the BSA program is how to adapt, right? So we're a small agency. It's easy for us to adapt to the needs of boaters. It's easy for us to adapt to the needs of education outreach, and we've really done a great job doing that. And I'm going to pass it off to Priscilla.
Chair Jackson, Vice Chair Lambert, members of the board. For the record, I'm Boating Safety Advocate Program Coordinator Priscilla Macy Cruiser, and I'll be talking a little bit about the Boating Safety Advocate Program, what we've achieved and kind of where we're going. So there's many ways that people consume information today, and we all know that it's challenging, particularly for natural resource agencies sometimes, to reach everyone effectively that we need to communicate with. Our population as a state is growing. More people are spending time on our waterways, and the Marine Board, through the Boating Safety Advocate Program, has chosen to embrace a grassroots outreach approach to better meet the needs of recreational boaters in Oregon. The program uses a variety of tools and methods to engage in outreach. You can see this jet raft as one of the tools that we utilize. This particular picture was taken on a section of the Rogue near Merlin, in between Merlin and Galice, where it's a really great tool to reach a lot of boaters The neat thing about this particular setup is that you're able to row it as well. So if you're trying to approach a non-motorized user without intimidating them with a jet propulsed motor, you can turn the motor off and row towards them and approach them and have a conversation. So that's just one of the unique adaptable ways that we have determined is a good way to outreach with paddlers on that specific segment. We use non-motorized boats, inflatable kayaks for other locations. We walk around the shore, visit boat ramps for other locations. So it really is a location by location, user by user group approach to outreach. So here are some of the numbers and summary from our 2025 season. Many of you have already seen these in the previous board report. We have about 596 education hours. Those are collected from presentations with schools, community events, and other events where education is the priority versus that direct voter contact where we're just going to pop up locations or boat ramps and seeing who we can connect to directly who's in a boat. This is more of kind of that classroom sort of outreach setting. We attended 116 events. These are community organized events, safety fairs, those pop-up outreach events that we've talked about. These also include partnerships with local organizations, other agencies. We've partnered with ODFW on a few fishing events that they've hosted, and we've come in and helped talk about boating safety. Through those events, we have reached over 25,000 individuals, and this does not include the individuals that we have encountered on the water. We were able to visit, the program was able to visit 80 distinct waterways in the state, and as you can see by the map and where waterways are, we've covered a lot of the areas where water recreation happens. Just under 3,000 boater contacts. Again, that's at ramps and on the water. And a new thing that we decided to pilot this year was reaching out. Well, I think there's a little bit of it last year, reaching out to retail stores, because point of sale really is a place where a lot of new boaters get their information. So we want to make sure that those locations are informing the people purchasing the paddle craft or the motorized craft about what the appropriate rules are and what the carry requirement for the craft that they are purchasing. One of our larger partners ended up being Bimart in Oregon, and they reached out and asked for informational materials that they could supply people purchasing boats at their locations. Some of the, back one more, I just wanted to highlight really quickly before moving on to this overview video. Some of the locations that we did that reached distinct user groups across target priority areas in the state included the Woodlands and Wild Watersheds Festival in Enterprise. We did a Lake Billy Chinook event with Lifestyle Wake, partnered their Learn How to Drive Like a Pro event with our responsible recreation and life jacket fitting education. Did Clackamas River Festival to target whitewater boaters, various family fishing events throughout the state, and the pop-up outreach events includes high visitation areas during peak season on the Deschutes, the Rogue, Clackamas, Willamette areas in Hood River, Foster Lake, Detroit, Hag, and Clear Lake are just a few to mention. So this is just a brief little video that we posted on social media that shows some clips of what it looks like to be a boating safety advocate in the field.
Gotta be a nice recruiting tool.
Yeah.
Trust me, there's a lot of days when that job comes open, I think I might apply for that.
You can come out with us any day, Director Warren. So circling back to the impact and importance, the program really focuses on incident prevention, attendance at statewide events, meaningful connections with communities, and relevant safety education for boating users across the state. We like to focus our visitation on areas that have high frequency of use. Although that's not a standalone criteria, it's important to visit rural areas that may not have the volume of visitation in certain areas, like in the Willamette Valley. There is also strong impact in those communities. The program likes to focus on informal engagements and those meaningful connections to the boating public. And the program likes to meet boaters where they're at and upon request. This time of year, I get a lot of requests to attend community events, to visit specific boating sites. And as the program ramps up towards summer, we strategically figure out where boating safety advocates can be and how we can maximize our impact across the state.
Where is the bottom of the photo, the lifeguard? Where is that?
Yeah. Board member Wild, the bottom left picture is the lower Chetco in Southern Oregon, and it is gorgeous. The water is actually that clear.
They have lifeguards there.
So who you are seeing is the back of our contract boating safety advocate, Luke Martinez. So he is employed by Curry County Aquatic Safety and is an actual lifeguard. So he's often wearing his lifeguard garb when he is on contract doing events for us. So this slide shows some of the recognition and earned media we received in the last year. The program received. The program was featured with a popular paddle and oar manufacturers podcast, Sawyer Paddles and Oars. Their On Water podcast, Luke Martinez and myself talked about life jackets, stand-up paddleboard safety, and general river safety, and what the Marine Board does and who the boating safety advocates are while we paddled on the Rogue, which was a delight. I grew up in Southern Oregon, so it's a treat to get to do some work in Southern Oregon. I, the program coordinator, presented at the Oregon Outdoor Recreation Summit talking about this program, its impacts, and recruiting potential partners for the future to do events and outreach with. We had a few local pieces of press that highlighted our work, including us restocking a lowly stocked life jacket loaner station in Independence, not far from here. And the program is really focused on trying to curate a set of social media posts that are relevant and exciting and fit some of the parameters that our modern audiences want to encourage clicking on them to demonstrate and educate boating safety education information. So as Brian mentioned, this all started with an idea. Starting in 2020, there was an uptick in incidents as well as paired with increases in outdoor recreational users and boating. With that, there was an apparent need for more education, incident prevention, and connection to boaters. This program, the Boating Safety Advocate Program, is one of the ways that the Marine Board can reach more boaters to promote and be stewards of safe and responsible boating. Since the program's inception, it's made measurable impacts, and those impacts increase in magnitude each year. So what's next? Brian talked a little bit about what's next staffing-wise, and strategically, we are going to continue to expand our reach and our impact throughout the state, all while having fiscal responsibility in mind. We're actively expanding our presence in schools from kindergarten to seniors in high school, including outdoor schools and youth camps. The program plans to visit places in Oregon that have high frequency of use and have not been focus areas in the past, as well as rural communities, including those around the Owyhee and Klamath. We want to ensure that we're serving all of Oregon and engaging in conversations throughout the state with a diversity of recreational voting users. So all forward into 2026. With that, I'll turn it over to Brian for conclusion.
Thanks, Priscilla, and thank you for that great presentation on the Voting Safety Advocate Program. At this time, I'd offer up or to any questions.
Any questions?
That's statement, I guess, more than the question is, holy moly, you guys are like so passionate about it. Love it. Like, Brian, you come here with all the numbers, you like put it in a way that's so explainable and even I can understand it, and it's great. Just really informational, great presentation, and I love the passion that you bring as well for the BSA program. And thank you for coming down to Southern Oregon this year. Yeah, I was on vacation, or I would have come and hung out with you guys for the day, but appreciate it.
Vice Chair Lambert, thank you for inviting us and encouraging us to spend more time there. We plan to do some more this year.
Great. Any questions?
I actually do have another question. All right, go back to the lifeguard thing. It's very unusual to have lifeguard programs in our state. So can you touch a little bit on that? Like, how did that happen in that one particular county and not throughout other regions of the state?
For a while, so Luke Martinez is an anomaly. And I'd offer up, if I could be fair to say, if I could clone him like Dolly Shoot, I would, and set him loose across the state in multiple capacities. He runs a junior lifeguard program. I'm actually on my vacation down in Southern Oregon, gone and watch him instruct youth that are not just from Oregon, they're from California in this junior lifeguard program. It is very rare, and I know it's something that he holds true and dear to his heart. It's not part of the BSA contract that we do for him. He does a lot of just phenomenal work throughout the entire. He works across Oregon. It's not just Southern Oregon. Right? He's integrated into our training programs. He's integrated not just Curry County but Coos County, but the Rogue River around Grants Pass as well. In regards to where it falls within our program, it's just an added benefit that he has that experience and he runs that program outside of the BSA program. So it's really just an added benefit to us.
Yeah, the local community saw value and invested in having that. You're right, most communities don't. So it says a lot about that area that they've invested in that.
One thing I'd like to mention, just especially for our new board members, Brian mentioned about the training programs for the marine law enforcement officers, and I really encourage anybody, if you have the time, to go spend a day or 2 or 5. Swiftwater training is in 2 weeks. Then there's the main Marine Academy for 2 weeks in Madras, and he's got all the rest of the dates in one of the handouts. Also, I know Priscilla has always opened an invitation to board members to, if you want to come out and see what they're doing at a site or something, to be sure to reach out to her and go check out what they're doing, like in the field.
Chair Jackson, I'd add that the training schedule's in the board book, so it shows when we'll be in Madras, when we'll be in Grants Pass, when we'll be in Medford area, when we'll be in Gold Beach. SRT is cold. If I was going to recommend a training, that wouldn't be the first one I'd go to, but we will be in Madras for 2 weeks, which is the last part of April, first part for our Marine Law Enforcement Academy.
All right. So our next 3 items are all with Alan. I think I'm going to ask, since the Waterway Access Program is basically a legislative requirement that we do, it should be a fairly brief discussion. Let's do that one first. Okay. Let's do SLEDs, and then we'll do the others last. Things that we need to have decisions on, let's do first.
Okay,
right.
Do that. So thank you, Chair Jackson, Co-Chair, Vice Chair Lambert, my apologies. My name is Alan Hansen. I'm the Policy and Environmental Manager for the Free Oregon State Marine Board. So we're starting with the Waterway Access Program. So this is not mandatory. Last session, House Bill 2982 increased the fees for the waterway access permit by $3 to fund AIS. They also changed the exemption, or removed the 10-foot exemption, But in that process, there's objections from the whitewater community, and to resolve those objections, co-chair Owens and Helm agreed to allow the Marine Board to create a whitewater exemption. So it's not mandatory that you do create this, but it was an option to help them get their bill passed. So with that in mind, last meeting I had the proposed draft rule that was approved. And what we're doing, just a reminder, so defining the whitewater exemption, what we worked with American Whitewater at the time of the bill passage was that we would come up with a scheme where certain waterways that had technical whitewater that weren't accessible by a boating access facility would be exempt. And we tentatively agreed that those would be Class 4 whitewater rivers with no access points. So based on that criteria, we developed a list of certain waterways, and rather than list them out in rule individually, we adopted kind of what ODF&W does using our online boating map. We put the individual rivers on that map so a boater could go and say, I'm planning on going to like the Upper Siletz. Is there any exempt waterways up in that area? They would go to our map, look at it. There's a map layer so they can see that, you know, various sections are exempt up in that waterway. And it makes more sense because to do it that way, rather than trying to identify GPS coordinates, you know, painted rocks or other landmarks, you know, they can go up, they can see, and it's kind of based on the American Whitewater map. So they're used to looking at that type of map. So we chose to do that. Since the last meeting, we sent the proposed rules out for public comment. We heard from 3 paddling organizations, including American Whitewater, Willamette Kayak and Canoe Club, and Lower Columbia Canoe Club. So I was a little disappointed because they wanted to argue about whether it should be a Class 3 whitewater or a Class 4 whitewater, which they didn't appreciate the fact that originally we had settled more on the Class 4. And so I didn't feel like we got great support for that. But let's see, it was Willamette Kayak and Canoe Club did provide a list that was a little different than American Whitewater that defined additional Class 4 whitewater runs that didn't have facilities. So I incorporated probably about 20 more river sections to accommodate their information. So we're continuing to work with them. So we did receive, trying to remember, it was Oregon Canoe and Kayak Club. They had a very interesting comment. They didn't think that whitewater should be exempt. And so, you know, they said that kayakers should do their part like all other boaters and get the AIS, the waterway access permit, and support the AIS program. We did receive some individual comments to the same effect. We also received comments about the whole controversy surrounding the waterway access program, which is not part of our rulemaking. That was established by House Bill 2982. So we can't change who's going to be exempt and who's not, other than the defined whitewater. So we can't create our own 10-foot exemption. With that, I'm going fast. I have the unenviable position of standing between you and going home. So I'm trying to be sensitive. So slow me down if you'd like. But at this time, we're asking that we finalize the rule that was adopted at the last board meeting with the updated map. If that's something you would like to do, I have a proposed motion. I believe this is in your board book. Otherwise, I can forward this to somebody if they want to make a motion. Does you guys have any questions? Yeah.
I have a question on it.
Member Wild, excuse me.
Previously, the exemption was 10 feet, and I know we're not discussing that, but there was an exemption in the waterway access permit as a whole. Within the wording of how the law is created for the waterway access permit, does there always have to be an exemption given? Like, for example, now the exemption is this, like, does there have to be some form of exemption under the current law, the way that it's written?
So I didn't include the language in my write-up. But what it said is the board may determine certain whitewater activities on specified rivers. So it is an option for the board to grant the exception or not.
I'm talking a little bit broader, not just within Whitewater, under the waterway access permit in general. In order for the permits to be a law that's required for somebody to purchase, does there have to be an exemption to some party?
Director Warren, do you want to answer maybe a little bit about the history of the waterway access program and why there was an exemption in the first place?
The exemption, are we talking specific of the whitewater exemptions or just generally
I'm just wondering if
exemptions?
there has to be an exemption under the
Oh,
waterway
yeah,
access.
under the waterway access. So when the waterway access permit was originally came out in legislation, there was always the exemptions of 14 and younger didn't need it. It could transfer from boat to boat. There's the word that I can't say, the El Monase. Yeah. Eliomonase. Thank you. Tough one for me for some reason. So those were always in there. In terms of the whitewater exemption that is in the current legislation, when the law was passed, the whitewater community came forward and asked for there to be an exemption in law for the whitewater boating facilities. So the law itself just says, Marine Board, you need to work these exemptions out. So we do have, the law does require us to do what we're trying to do today, which is to work out those exemptions. It doesn't specify what those exemptions would be. So we worked with the whitewater community. We looked at what the intent of the bill was to come up with this package.
And the other exemptions, the 14, under 14, transferability, that's all in statute. So the board doesn't have the ability to modify those.
I just want to make sure I understand this right. Alan, you said a little bit ago that the board legislation said the board may adopt, that wasn't required. Director Warren said it is required. I'm just curious, is it, or is it a may or a shall?
Member Lambert, I believe it is a may, but I believe the full intention of the legislative body, which I believe is on record, is that there would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I apologize. You're right. That doesn't matter in terms of the legal language. I'm fairly certain legal language is a may.
Okay.
But if we go back to the record and listen to the legislator and what they put on record, I believe that there's a full intention that the board does.
Well, because their 10-foot rule in SB 47 was also basically a
kind of a whitewater.
It was basically a whitewater exemption because 10 foot was pretty much every whitewater that's under 10 feet.
Under 10 feet.
And it was basically something that was put in there to get the whitewater community to not protest the water access permit program.
It's a great piece of history. Yeah, the 10-foot helped exclude.
And so this is just
whitewater. Trying
to modify the previous whitewater exclusion.
If you would like the actual statutory language, I do have that. If you'd like me to read that. Yes, okay. So it says non-motorized boats that are less than 10 feet in length that are A, engaged in whitewater recreation activities as defined by the board by rule, and B, operate on waters of this state identified by the board by rule. So
it's not a shall define, but it would be weird to have the as defined and then not have something defined.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a shall implied.
You gotta love the law.
Yeah, right.
And my understanding, the legislative intent was that this be a narrow exemption. Yeah. Rep Helm was really interested in increasing funds to prevent AIS. So he did want this to be a narrow exemption.
I ask because there was I just want to make sure I was clear, because there was some testimony that was submitted that was saying that they didn't think anything should be exempted. That's not an option.
Right.
Okay.
However, if somebody is a kayaker and they're deciding to go paddle a lower river, they would still need to
They would still
purchase a waterway access.
Yes.
Right, if they put in above, let's say, an access, but take out an access, obviously they would need the waterways.
Yeah, and what, in developing this list, like the Clackamas River is a good example, where there is a lot of class 4 rapids, but there's also a boating facility, fairly regularly down that river. And so while American Whitewater may define the run as, from point A to point B, if there was a boat ramp, a couple hundred yards down from what the official takeout is, chances are they're going to travel the extra a couple of 100 feet, half mile, whatever, to use a facility. So the Clackamas River is not included. There might be some very high up reaches in Clackamas, but in general, the Clackamas River wouldn't be exempt because of the number of boating facilities. And we tried to be, some of the tributaries to the Clackamas, they are because there's no facilities. But then there's others. We try to be sensitive that just because there's an access facility nearby, if it was traveling halfway through a lake, a whitewater kayaker probably isn't going to do that. So we were looking at individual conditions versus just saying the nearest access has to be a mile from the physical line. But it's reasonable. And in drafting this, I've been working with American Whitewater on House Bill 2982. We did indicate that, as we're learning about whitewater activities, that we're willing to revisit this on a fairly regular basis. So as the community gets more familiar with the exemption, we get more familiar with various whitewater rivers, because historically, whitewater has not been notable waters from the perspective. And so as we learn, we said we are willing to update this on a periodic basis.
Make a motion.
Go ahead.
I think that you guys did a great job on that. Appreciate the visual representation of the map, kind of taking the lead from ODFW as what I remember some of their rules. Sounds like we have to do something. You got the community together, stakeholders, and came up with a good solution. So I'll take a motion that's I'll make a motion that the board approves the amendment to OAR 250-016-0760 to create a whitewater exemption as stated in the.
I believe it's 250-010. I think that's.
Oh,
you have two different numbers written there, Alan.
There's two numbers, Alan. Which one should I make?
Is it OAR 250-016 or OAR 250-010?
So what else?
So I'll amend my motion. It's a lower number. I'll amend my motion that the board approves the amendment to OAR 250-010-0760 to create a whitewater exemption as proposed in the board.
I second the motion. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of all those in favor of revising OAR 250-010-760 as presented in the board book, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? All right, the motion passes. You had a nay?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you, sorry. Okay, so 4-1. We have one person who was signed up to testify and was not able to be here at the time for testimony. So is Mr. Glass in the room? Great. So we're running really tight on time. So if you can limit it to about 3 minutes, we're going to let Jack do his testimony, and then we're going to move into the SLUTs discussion.
But
mine is on the, my name's Jack Glass, Chair Jackson, Director Warren. My name's Jack Glass. I'm a full-time fishing guide, 42 years. I live on the Sandy River. I've been a resident there and owned the property there since 1980. My son's also a full-time fishing guide for 20 years now. And we fish a lot there and elsewhere. Well, the topic is the Sluts River. This is there's a There's a controversy going on there, and it's a social thing is what it is. I've been involved with several of them for other waterways as well. Just like the Sandy River, we had some issues with people not getting along on the riverbank, and boaters and trip boaters and kayaks and fly fishermen, and gone through all this many times. We've got a nice stable balance on the Sandy River now. We've got an area for shore fishermen, got a drip boat area, we got a power boat area. So it's well balanced and it works well. There's been, we put notices out about courtesy and working with people and not overriding the water and that sort of thing. And that's really gone a long ways. We get a lot out of education. The Sluts River topic, the ruling is going to be potentially shutting down an area to all motorized vessels in the Sluts. This is deemed as a navigable waterway. This is federal water. Any river that's deemed as navigable in the state of Oregon in 1859, Kitzhofer signed a bill in 2000. It was deemed as navigable. The citizens of Oregon own the bed and the banks. That is known already. Now, with tribes, I don't know. Tribal land, maybe that's a controversy there. I don't know. But they don't own the water. So potentially the tribe has been drawn into this whole conversation by a small group of people that are very adamant to eliminating the motors out of the waterway. Well, it's been going on for years and years and years, just like other places we talked about where they've used Lake Allen or whatever it was, where they've been bouldering there for years. So it's been used in the Sluts for years. Education can get us a long ways. I know that when you lose something, you can never get it back. And times change, things happen. There's a big slide in there now. So it's limited the access to even get into one of these boat ramps where we do use motors. I know that where I am at, when I do go in this lower section of the river, I can't get upriver because you've seen the slide, huge slides. That road will never be open for 2 years, at least, maybe 3 years. So I'm not going to drive an hour and a half around the other way to try and get in there to use a motor. I'm just going to fish the lower end. I'm going to be committed to doing that. So things change. We're also in a drought condition right now, as you're well aware of. All the rivers are really, really low. You took a little tour on the Sluts yesterday, I guess. How many boat trailers you see? Not very many. So it's not getting overrun with boats right now. It's all about environmental conditions and what's happening. And we're known for having droughts. We're seeing more of that all the time. So it was only a month and a half ago we had a flood. Then we had 2 weeks of good fishing, and then now we're in a drought. So it's very seasonal when these waterways can be used. Is that my 3 minutes?
Yes.
Anyway, the one place that I'm most concerned about is the Jack Morgan Park area. There is a landowner upriver who's very adamant about stopping all the motorboats from going up there to Ojala Bridge, which I've taken the past director. I took Randy Henry and a couple other people from State Marine Board all the way up there on a high water event. You can only do it on high water. When the water's low, you can't do it. And there's only a limited times. I fished in there 4 days this year is all I fished in there. So it's a very limited when there's very many boats going to come from that lower section. Maybe up above Steelhead area, there's a little bit more controversial. There's more boats up there. When the water's high, those guys will get in there with their motors. I get it, but protect that Jack Morgan area. Let's not shut that down and take it away from us. We'll never get it back. And it's federal water. Nobody owns the water, so we should have rights in their public. Their state, their fishing game or fish and wildlife lands where the boat ramps are at. So we're not crossing anybody's property, and I'd still like to save that for us. Please, I ask you, please look at that when it comes around.
Thank you for coming out today.
Okay. Lifeguards. She asked about lifeguards. We started a lifeguard program on the Sandy River 25 years ago. We raised money from private sector. I bought all the life jackets, donated them, gave them all in and everything. Now it's paid for by AMR. There's a program on the Sandy River and a program on the Clackamas River. And they make probably 2 saves a year out of both those programs. When we used to have 2 a year in this one area, and now we don't have any. So been lucky there.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so we have about 35, 40 minutes to try to wrap everything up. So Alan,
Thank you,
let's do this items.
I believe Member Messett had a brief statement.
Yes. Before I engage in discussions related to the Sluts River, I need to disclose a potential conflict of interest. I am a licensed fishing guide. However, I do not guide on the Sluts.
Right. I would just like to add, I've been disappointed. I believe Member Messett actually has a class exemption. It's clear to me in statute that he shouldn't even have to declare the potential. Been a little disappointed we haven't got that clarification out of the Ethics Commission yet, but we'll continue to work on this. But thank you for declaring the potential until we clarify that you have a class exemption.
All right.
All right, so today we're requesting the board provide guidance on development of a proposed rule for that we'll develop and bring back for the April board meeting. So since the last board meeting, we've formed a RAC and gone through the process. The RAC was made up of river guides, recreational fishermen, landowner, and the tribal community. We also had an advisor from ODF and W. So the original petition requested the board prohibit the use of all motors above Jack Morgan. Generally, the makeup of the RAC, we had about a 50-50 split between those who wanted to ban motors and those that did not want to ban motors or wanted to leave it the same. The area that we're really looking at, we talked about the area below Jack. None of the RAC members believed that there was any issue there, so they specifically said they don't want to make any changes below Jack, so we focused on above Jack Morgan Park. This stretch is used primarily early fall to late spring for salmon and steelhead fishing. And the late fall is when waters start to rise enough that the salmon can move up and there's access to the river. During the off seasons, there is paddlers, swimmers, but generally there's no conflict or issues that were identified surrounding that type of activity. In the early spring, up in the upper reaches, there's whitewater paddling. Again, doesn't seem to create any issues. So we're really focused on the area between Jack Morgan and Moonshine. That's where the majority of the conflict is arising. So the RAC members in favor of banning the motors, we've heard a lot of testimony. Briefly, they're concerned about the overall health of the entire river system. And I have no doubt that there is a lack of sincerity on any of the members. So I think we had some good discussions and they're all speaking from their hearts and they truly are concerned. And so I don't get the impression that anybody's doing this just to preserve their fishing rights. I mean, they're passionate about the activity and the rivers. They just have different views on what's appropriate. So in looking at that, what I did find is it kind of comes down to not how the river is used. So the big concern is what happens through fishing is that the motorized users they're generally drift boats. They'll drift, put in a boat ramp, drift down to a fishing hole, use their motors to kind of create a carousel where they're fishing the run, motoring back up to the top of the run and continuing on. And the guides and the normal users of that river understand that rhythm and they can get into it. So when you throw a non-motorized in there, what happens is they don't have the ability to recycle up, so they tend to anchor. And so that does create some conflict when you have different opportunities. That's beyond our scope because that's fishing methods, but that's the source of the conflict. So I think we can kind of understand what the use is and kind of, to alleviate some of the conflict, we can look at some of the activity. One of the big concerns about the people who are opposed to non-motorized is limiting access. So individuals who don't have the ability to row, don't have the knowledge to row, they feel like they're excluded. And if we, or some people have said that they will fish by themselves. and they can't fish and row at the same time. And so they feel that by banning motors, they're limiting access. So working through the discussions on the RAC, so we kind of have three options, and I really want to focus on one for this discussion. So the petition is always a viable option that we would ban all motors above Jack Morgan Park. The other option will always present the board can at any time stop rulemaking. So if you determine that we don't need to make any changes, that's always your option. But I'm working on kind of a third option, kind of a middle option. And so this is kind of a model we used on the Rogue, where we identify conditions or an area where we could say, and this is just my example, if the board wanted to say, we're going to use the Illahee boat ramp as a dividing line, the board could say that, below Illahee, only small motors are allowed. Above Illahee, ban motors, restrict the use of motors. Or electric only, above or below Illahee, or, and I'm just using Illahee if we determine that Twin Bridge might be a more appropriate dividing line based on the conditions of the river. That's something the board can consider. The other option is, the potential option would be a flow option. So if the river gauge is below X feet, motors are prohibited. We need to understand, how we would implement that and who's monitoring that. But I think those, we do have the same flow restriction on the road. So we do have a little bit of precedent of doing that. So with that, I would like the board to help provide us with some guidance on which direction you think we should go as we try and develop a rule.
I think just to make it clear, Alan, you did a great job. For today's purposes for the board, the two bookends, kind of keep working on the petition exactly as or stop, that'd be one. If you go with the kind of that middle option, we don't need you to decide today where those lines would be and what needs to be there. That's the work we would do and come back to you with rule language in April that works that out. So just to make it clear, you don't have to come to that kind of resolution today on exact spots on the river and things. That's the work we'd be doing between now and April, if that's the direction that you go.
And if you do think after your tour that, Ojala, we could focus on Ojala, or we could focus on Twin, or focus on, any of the individuals, but it's kind of what you guys would like to see or think we should look into a little further.
I'm going to start the discussion. In my mind, doing some kind of sectionalized solution is probably the way to go. Kind of what I've heard from watching videos of the RAC meetings and listening to people testify is that to some extent, the majority of the motors out there are the drift boat motors, the 10 to maybe 15 horsepower motors. They're not big motors. And that the boaters themselves are somewhat self-policing in that if the river level gets below, I don't know what that number is, they're not going out there because they're damaging their equipment. So, if we did put a flow restriction in there, I would like to see something that comes from ODF&W that says, this is what the number should be. This is either a CFS or a river gauge number. Because they're the ones who are best equipped to be able to say, if people are bottoming out at 3.5 feet, we need to make it at 4 feet or whatever those numbers are. So I really love to see a little more, for lack of a better word, proactive input from ODF&W. Anybody else?
And just to clarify, Chair Jackson, a lot of the motorized individuals said that they were concerned about the impact of the props on the fish as well as damage to their equipment. And, that was one of the topics we talked about in the RAC. So I just want to make sure that, we communicate that the fishermen are concerned about the health of the fish.
Okay.
It's not just their equipment.
Sure. Joe?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions and Director Warren, make sure to reel me in if I'm on the wrong thing. And also, I guess I would caution, some of my questions are going to be on both sides. So at no point is a question indicative of my position on the proposal in front of us. But for one is there was 6 different criteria that were called out for this motion. And I'm unsure where those 6 criteria came from. So I guess that's a question. Was that a Marine Board thing, or was that included in the original proposal?
So, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's.
So, Member Cunningham, in, I believe it was January of 2025, the tribe petitioned the Marine Board to ban the use of motors. And in that, they identified the basis for their request. And those 6 items were based on what they're concerned about. And those included the habitat, all the marine species, the historic use of the river, protection of salmon. Erosion was one. I don't remember what all 6 are offhand. But that was the tribal's basis for bringing the petition. Some of those are items that are outside the authority. So if their concern is, tribal heritage, while we can understand that position, we don't have the authority to base a rule on that criteria. We have statutory authority to rule based on conflict, safety, ODF and W request habitat protection. So we need to make sure that when we base our decision, we base it based on the authorities we have, not what the concerns of the tribe may be. I mean, not saying they're not legitimate concerns, just what our authority. Yeah.
And I think just to put a bow on that, I think there was some late public comment about maybe we didn't have the authority based off the petition. And I could just assure the board that as we move forward, the Marine Board has authority to make voting rules. And so regardless of what was in the petition, for the reasons all the legal reasons Alan just mentioned is what we'll base our rules off as our legal authority. So.
Hoping to follow that up. So the habitat is really a key component. And then we did hear some testimony from the citizen today about the different levels of introduction of, I believe the verbiage was the schmaltz.
The
smolt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how other rivers are getting 3 times the introduction, in comparison to the Silet's. And does that solve that habitat, or the fish, right? Like, that's really what we're talking about, the health of the river and the supply of that for future generation. Does that address that?
I remember coming, that's a great question. I think when Chair Jackson said she'd like some more input from ODFW, I think that, I don't know that was exactly what she had in her mind, but I think that's the types of things, depending on how the board moves forward today, we would expect to continue to work with our partners at ODFW and say, we're not the fisheries folks. We definitely don't want Alan and I opining on that science. And so, hey, ODFW, tell us a little bit more just so we can think about that. So, yeah.
And I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the tribe by any stretch, but I think my understanding of the petition is, adding more fish to the river is probably not a long-term solution. They want to increase the health of the river, and so that we don't need to introduce a number of fish, so there's a healthy population independent of the hatchery program. But again, that's just my understanding. I'm not trying to speak on that.
My understanding of the petition was that was just one element of it.
Yes.
There were other elements they see in conflict as well, which I kind of gravitated towards a little bit more. I tend to think with Chair Jackson, I don't think I'm at one end of shut it down right now, and I'm not at the other end of let's go to a full closure. I'm somewhere on the spectrum in the middle. So I think having further conversation about options that I think, like you said, that model was used in Southern Oregon. I think there's probably some sort of a solution that we may be able to get to. We just don't know what that is yet. And I would be in favor if you guys want back doing some more work on that, bring us something back to us on that with some sort of use restrictions, broken up into different sections of the river thing.
So if I could ask some clarifying questions, just so I understand, or maybe can prompt some more discussion. So my proposal or my example was like below a certain identifiable location, we would limit the horsepower. Would you say motorized, like let's say a 10 to 15 horsepower limit, or do you want to look independently of gas motors and say electric below or above that?
I think I would be asking for staff to bring me back, bring us back some options.
So both of those
based off of it.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, one other thing that I strongly feel this board should consider, when heard a lot of testimony in person through RAC, a lot of written testimony. This stretch of river does have a long history of conflict, and there's been multiple petitions for many years. I think, we did on the road, my preference is going to be to go and hold a public hearing in the Siletz area and give everybody a voice to come to the board and tell us their thoughts. For them to hear that before we make a decision.
To address kind of the timeline question, so the goal would be to come back next board meeting with a draft rule. Once we have that draft rule approved, that's when we would go out for public comment, public hearings, and would be appropriate if you want to do the work session. That would be the time frame to do it, so that we actually have a draft rule to present to the public.
It's perfectly fine as long as it's somewhere in there before a decision making.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
think a work session could give an audience to some of the folks, the gentleman that was here from SAA, who was saying, who had a very different take on a lot of the stuff, and he wanted to be on the rack but wasn't. If there's another party of, another kind of opinion, to have them as one of the speakers at the work session.
Yeah, we can bring forth some groups like that to present to the work session.
Member Cunningham? I wanted to make sure you got this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got all sorts of questions, because we mentioned continual conflict over, years and years, and I'd be interested if ODF has some sort of, usage data of the river, just because there's one individual that is a complainer doesn't mean that there's chronic, conflict, how do we really quantify or understand what is that conflict? And really, how do we look at that? I think that's critical, rather than, because right now it seems what I hear is a little bit arbitrary on the conflict.
Yeah. So to address kind of that comment, Member Cunningham, it's a little bit ironic. So the Siletz has one of the best salmon runs in the state, and so that itself creates conflict, because what we've seen is different users from other rivers want to go to the Siletz, because I believe there's still two fish limit on salmon and steelhead, where other rivers may not have that opportunity. And so because the fish are present, that creates a lot of conflict with the presence. Everybody wants to go there because there are fish. So
I think with this, obviously it's a topic that's important and people are really passionate about it. So for us, and especially, in my own position as a new board member, this is a decision or an impact that's going to affect a lot of people. And the more information that we can have, as I'm not necessarily a fisherwoman who has had experience on this river, so I don't live it day to day. Obviously, I love the water and have a lot of experience in it, and I can interpret it through my own eyes. But the more information that we can have, besides listening to the RAC and reading the public comments, and seeing it yesterday, for me, it was the first time. But what I would really like to hear and understand more, to Member Cunningham's point, is a bit more data on what type of users are there, how many boats are often going down the river. When we're discussing motors, what are we talking about motors that are in that like lower horsepower range, or are we talking about greater than that? Like, what are the numbers and kind of how they're broken down? And maybe that is information that we need to get from ODFW. And same thing with fish counts. But just for us to have a bit of a better understanding, so every voice is heard, because I wouldn't want to make a decision that, you know, isn't justly hearing everybody. And, you know, you're doing a great job of getting all the people together. But for me, that would be the next step that, you know, we would need to have, and a bit more of, you know, study on the maybe not, obviously not doing a study, but if there is already existing data on the erosion factor, because that is a big part of the petition as well, and maintaining the stream and understanding that, and especially with the big environmental changes we've had recently with the floods and the drought, to just understand how that all meshes together.
Okay, let me give you a little bit of information. So what we saw on the board, or on the board tour yesterday of the rivers, so the trailers we saw were all like rafts and drift boats. Coast Guard puts a limit on motor horsepower based on the type of vessel. On drift boats, it's 10 horsepower. So what we see is the vast majority of boats are drift boats drifting down the river using their small motors to cycle up the hole, and then when they want to move, they'll just drift down. You have a couple individuals that run larger horsepower motors, and my understanding is 50 horsepower to 70 horsepower. They're not big 300 horsepower. And I would kind of 50, 70, those are a little bit on the smaller side. But those individuals, they have the what they call jack plates, and what that is the ability to raise and lower the motor. And so what they're doing is, when the water depth allows, they're motoring upriver. When they get to a shallow area, they'll jack their motor up. The prop's not as efficient when it's up, but it allows them to get through skinny water. Once they get into deep water, they'll jack it back down and then continue up. So you have a couple of boats that will put in, you know, Jack Morgan, maybe Strong, which is the next boat ramp down, which we couldn't go to because of the slide. But historically, there'll be 2-3 boats that will travel upstream when the vast majority of the other users are traveling downstream, with the exception of recycling of a hole, rerunning a hole. And so the larger motors would, if we put a 15 or 10 horsepower limit, we would not exclusively, would limit a lot of the upstream traffic. And especially when you're looking at, the boat ramps were very roughly 5 miles. You know, on a 10 horsepower drift boat, that 5 miles is going to be a slow travel if somebody's guiding.
My question is also on, like, that is fantastic to have that information and to have seen it yesterday, but actual numbers on how many boats are going in the water, so we can understand.
That's
when some are speaking about conflict or safety, and like to get a better understanding of how many users.
So Member Wild, we'll definitely, I understand that it sounds like the board is not to push you guys through to something, but as you continue your discussion, it sounds like it's not going to be a stop, or it's going to be somewhere in that middle. And I think we owe the board as much as we can about use data. We can get that from facility owners, we can get it through some of our studies, we can, so some of our recreational studies, so that you understand how many people are using it, where, so you know who's being impacted and by how much. So we'll get you as much of that information as we can. So I think.
And that's kind of where, for our 2 new members, so you keep hearing some of us talk about a work session. This is where it's an open meeting to the public, but we have invited selected people or selected teams of people to talk to us beyond the 3-minute public testimony. So like when we were talking about the road, we had someone from ODF and W who presented a whole life cycle of all the different kinds of fish and what those times are and flow rates and a bunch of stuff. Took about an hour, and it really did help inform us as to sort of how to proceed. And then we heard from folks that were mostly residents, and we heard from folks that were mostly non-motorized. And so to be able to have like a more detailed, here's how we use it, here's what the issues are, or actual science data that we were looking for to help us make those decisions.
I want to acknowledge and thank people that volunteered for the RAC committee and came out and testified. Some of these people may be missing work over this. And I think it's important to engage in things like this for community members that are stakeholders, because we don't take these decisions lightly. And you can sit and complain and not testify at the outcome, or you can actually testify. So I want to encourage them, as many people as possible, to get involved so we have some more data.
And one more detail that I think the board should be aware of. So in the last RAC meeting, we talked about financial impact of changing the rule. We heard from people saying that if a guide can't use a motor, that potentially limits them to 2 people instead of 3. And so some guides argued that they would reduce about 1/3 of their income. We also had some non-motorized guides that say they run 3 people. They also said that if some of the guides decided to leave the Silettes because of the motor ban, we heard that other, non-motorized guides have chose not to come in because of use of motors. So those individuals would come in. So there was no clear financial impact to an industry. Individuals may be impacted, but it sounded like, if we change the rules, we probably have a similar number of guides coming to the waterways, a similar number of clients going down water. But would be different channels. So overall, it sounds like there'd probably be a nominal impact, but it's going to be really hard to identify if there's a specific financial impact to an industry or the community.
Then I heard one more question.
Yeah, not a question, a statement. For the work session that hopefully will happen, that Chair Jackson and others have extra information on, what would be helpful is that data from Brian's team that was presented, if it exists on this waterway, that he shared kind of the history of contacts, law enforcement contacts on the river. That was a good visual representation of that. I would love to hear from the Silettes Anglers Association. That would be a good group of a clearinghouse for that type of use to be able to hear from. I'd love to hear from the petitioners. And I really, based off the conversation this morning with the governor's office, at being asked to work as a collective team of natural resource agency, that I would love to have a representative ODF NW there that's been alluded to give us their information.
And specifically have them give some type of testimony as to gas-powered motors versus electric motors and the potential impacts on fish and wildlife. That comes up quite a bit. So
You gotta say something. I was at the last week.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay.
We cleared up on one question.
So, Anna, do you have anything else?
You've answered all my questions so far, and I just look forward to more.
Okay.
Still have one other question. I have lots of questions, but
Okay,
anyway.
I'm just going down that Steve.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So when we touched on this a little bit yesterday on our tour, and that the Silettes has the 2 fish rule a day, right? And then you've got the other rivers, which are more regulated on what you can take out. Why were those regulations put in place there? And then were the causes or were they put in there for a similar reason? And we probably don't have the answer to this in this room, right? This is probably ODSW, right? But then it's like, were the fish limitations put in place, and did it solve this perceived conflict, right? And then, so we're looking at solving a conflict by limiting motors, but if on a different different river, the precedent was set to limit the conflict by, fish limitation, right? Like there's.
My understanding is.
Yeah, I think we could talk to ODFW
Yeah.
about presenting how they do their season setting. It'd be a good piece for them to bring to us.
Yeah.
And again, I know it's interesting because the fishing piece certainly becomes a big part of it. But yet in the end, when we get into our rulemaking, we will kind of translate that into that conflict and what's going on, which again can be tough, kind of brings it into our, but I think it's important to understand. So
Sure.
That's something if ODFW could help us understand how they set their seasons and why things are different in different places, and that'd be a good one.
So in the interest of time, Dax, have you had your questions for right now answered?
Good.
Okay, so Ellen is asking for direction, and what I've heard from several people at the table, so I'm just looking for consensus to give Ellen some direction. I haven't heard anybody say they're 100% towards the band. So we're basically, or 100% towards keeping the status quo. So we're all kind of aiming at that option 2 in the middle. And looking to you and your experience and our expert testimony to figure out what those points of demarcation and what those thresholds and what those motor sizes or non-motorized areas might be. So we look forward to hearing from you our next meeting.
And I know you're trying, and I know Member Wild needs to go, so whenever that's a you got.
Right. So I'm trying to kind of speed stuff along here.
I just want to make sure, having done this before though, because the next thing we'll be coming back with in April is rule language. And I know there's people that are really wanting to make sure they understand what we're going to do. And at that meeting, we will be bringing our best work on this in terms of, but we'll need the board to really help us refine that and approve some final language to go through our rule process with. And that's when we would start doing the work sessions and whatnot so that we can keep this moving along. So if there's something that's just a total non-starter for you, I didn't hear any of those. I think that's what we were kind of getting at. Member Lambert were some of his early questions. If there's the board, don't bring us back no motors in any stretch. I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing any of those kind of no bookend type things. So we'll go to work with that. And I just don't want to come back in April and have the board say, what did staff do? This isn't what we thought you'd bring us back. So we'll be bringing back rule language that is some sort of mix of the river that may or may not have no motors, electric, smaller horsepower restrictions. It's all on the table right now.
Or like no motors at flow rate X.
Right. Okay.
Because one other question, and I know I got all sorts, but in maybe Dak's question kind of addressed this, but in my mind, just common sense oriented, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm a boater. I don't see a difference between a gas engine and electric engine and the impact, right? And maybe if there is one, I'd love to be educated by whatever agency or department or whoever has got that type of education. But like, I don't, it's hard for me to grasp there's a difference there.
Okay.
And that was just an example for ODFW to get involved in this.
Okay. So I think we've pretty much talked through item J. I know Member Wild has to leave, and I know that Member Cunningham also has kind of time constraints. The one item we don't have to make a decision on is the Upper Road River.
I can be very quick.
Okay.
So.
We still have a quorum, so we're good.
Yeah. So last year, the board approved a final rule on the Upper Road River. It was involving about 30 river miles from Fisher Ferry State Park to the William Jess Dam, also known as the Lock Creek Dam. What we did there, the conflict was over a large jet boat operation. And this is one of those tour boats where they have seating for 20 people or so. We created a rule where the large jet boat operation was limited to operate below Two Bell State Park. So they had been going up to Rattlesnake Rapids, which from their perspective, from their main operations is down close to Fisher Ferry. Two Bell State Park is about 5 miles upriver. Rattlesnake Rapids are about another 5 miles upriver. And Rattlesnake Rapids is a natural barrier to rapids, so the jet boats did not go up past it. Arguably, there's times of the year that they could, but because they're a commercial operation, their concern was damaging their boats, so they didn't. So we limited them to approximately half of their normal route by restricting them above 2 Bell State Park. Recreational motorized boaters, we put a restriction at Dodge Bridge, which is the next boat ramp above Rattlesnake Rapids. And then above that, it was paddlecraft only. Above Dodge is a community of Shady Cove. They were really adamant about protecting the paddle community and the tourism affiliated with that. And so, and that's typically what was used up there, and also small drift boats. And so, and they were okay with the fishing. So what we did is we created the 2 Bell limit for the large jet boat, the Dodge Park for recreational jet boats. Then above, we created a 15 horse limit. We also threw in a flow rate. And so if the flows drop below, I don't remember the number, the recreational boaters couldn't use their predominantly jet boats, but they're recreational, not the tour boat. So in implementing the rule, the rulemaking process, this was unique. It had been an ongoing conflict for quite a few years. Parks, DSL, Fish and Wildlife, and the Marine Board engaged the Oregon Kitchen Table Project, and they went out and got community input, which essentially was about a 2-year process that we went through to come up with these final rules. But when we set the rules, that process was beneficial for implementing the rules, because one of the biggest things is once we create a rule is communicating those rules to the public. There was a lot of coalitions built through that kitchen table project. Road Guardians was one of the groups that coalesced around that. They were really helpful in getting the word out there that the rule was passed, what the rules were. And so immediately after the board approved the rule, we went out, updated our boot map, or our Voting Online Oregon map to show the newer rules. We also put signs up at all the boat ramps in the area. And so pretty much immediately there was compliance with the rule. Since that time, we communicated. We have not heard any complaints. We did hear from a member of the Road Guardians concerned about a large boat up in the area that was restricted to the commercial jet boat, but they didn't provide any evidence that that was anything other than a recreational boat. So we don't believe that there was any violations in the existing rules. Law enforcement in 2025 made 82 contacts with motorized boaters. 73 of those boats were fully compliant. 8 received warning related to registration compliance. There was one PWC that was issued a citation for operating in a prohibited area. PWC rules were independent. PWCs were already banned in that section of the river. So that was not a change. There was 1,988 contacts with non-motorized boats. 1,948 were fully compliant. 42 received a warning related to either waterway access, sound signaling, or PFDs. No citations were issued. We got a barrage of letters just recently. I think there was some confusion about what the purpose of this topic was. They were concerned that we'd be revoking the rule, but I don't have the number of complaints or of comments we received, but they were all in support. So based on that, we believe that the public's been adequately informed of the rules. There's been good compliance. The community is in support of the rules. So at this point, we don't believe that there needs to be any changes to the rule. At the time the rule was implemented, you had asked us to do this 1-year review. You also asked us to do a safety review at the year 2 mark. And again, this the 2 year, this is more for the listening public. The purpose of that review is just to understand if the current rule somehow made the river less safe. And if we find that there was no major safety issues, we won't be changing all over. And at that time, there will be no changes made to the rule. If something needs to happen, go through a new rule process, and I'm sure that would take a substantial amount of time. So the next meeting will just be informational. And then we'll do a similar review of the 5 year, similar to this one, just to understand the compliance and the effectiveness of the rule. So unless the board has any comments, we're not recommending any changes. I don't believe it's been implemented and is going well for that community.
Questions, comments? All right, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Last item on the agenda, board meeting timelines.
So we're gonna, just for the board's notification, we're gonna add cycle 2 grants to April. You just made a decision to add Celeste rules to the April meeting. I would actually ask board if you'd be okay if we took the mini jets off of April and pushed it to October, simply just because we don't really have any new information right now to share. And I'd rather you spend the focus on the Celeste River rulemaking than an update on the topic where we would say there's not a lot of new. But I think it'd be worth the discussion still with the board on an update. So if we can push that to October, and then if there's any items the board wants to add, happy to add them.
During our lunchtime discussion, we talked about AIS and sort of like what happened in Idaho, or what, like those tabletop exercises that they do here. Kind of like, just teach us more about the AIS thing.
Let's, if it's okay with
And
the
that
board.
can be the fall.
Okay, let's do it in October. That'd be great.
Anybody else have things that they'd like to see brought up for meetings?
And you're always welcome to email Jennifer if you have an agenda item you want. Anybody can, any of the board members can anytime.
All right.
A lot to discuss as it is.
I know, exactly. All right, with that, we are adjourned.